Good morning. We're going to get started this morning with an invocation from Pastor Richard Mize of Trinity Presbyterian Church, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance, led by Jordan Ziegler of Boy Scouts of America Cub Scout Pack 1510. Please rise.
Good morning. I bring greetings from one of the most recent listings on the National Register of Historic Places. Trinity Presbyterian at 2301 Northeast 23rd was just named to the National Register. It was the first formally integrated church in Oklahoma City and probably the state. Today it's mostly African American, but it has been working for social justice and racial reconciliation as a Christian way of life for nearly 60 years. I asked members of the Trinity family what I should pray for. I will voice their prayers and then briefly my own. Let us pray. O Holy One, I pray for love to be forefront in our minds and hearts, for love to prevail. There is so much anger and hate and fear in the world. We need love. I pray for peace and harmony in our world for all humanity, for our leaders, local, state, national, that they may be conscious and sensitive to diversity and equity when making the best decisions for all people and not just for a few. We are all uniquely created by our Creator. I pray for our wounded warriors who make sacrifices for our freedom, for the homeless, many of whom suffer from mental illness. I pray for our students and teachers that every day they feel safe and secure in their environment. Joy said, pray for our legislature, for the state and nation, that each individual will seek guidance from our Lord and Savior and will hear when He speaks. Courtney, a young woman in college, asked me to pray this from a song by Take Six. I know somebody who declares he's got it made. He won't admit it, but it's just a masquerade. He's a modern-day deceiver with a case of falsehood fever. What a shame. It's just a game. The word, by the time it's been repeated, all the truth has been deleted. What a shame. Another game. Seems like everything we hear is just a tale, but I've got something that will never fail. It's called love. Her mom, Patsy, said, pray this. It's from another song, Equal Rights by Peter Tosh. Everyone is crying out for peace. Yes, none is crying out for justice. Everyone is crying out for peace. Yes, none is crying out for justice. I don't want no peace. I need equal rights and justice. I need equal rights and justice. I need equal rights and justice. Lord, love and justice are not just abstractions. They're the nuts and bolts of community and of government. Lord, grant these elected leaders and city staff wisdom and courage as they work to work them. Finally, Lord, as Trinity member Dolores suggested, I pray mainly for justice. She said, that covers everybody. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag and the United States of America and to the republics of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Mize, and thank you, Jordan. I call this meeting of the City Council to order. We have a few presentations from the Office of the Mayor that I will handle from the front, and I will now make my way down there. And I might ask the folks that are here for Arts and Humanities Month to go ahead and make their way to the front as well.
Hiding in the front. Yep.
What a remarkable display from our artistic, cultural, humanities community here in Oklahoma City. This is great. Well, let's hear a little bit more about the Arts and Humanities Month. I'd ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas the month of October has been recognized as National Arts and Humanities Month by thousands of arts, humanities, and cultural organizations, communities, and states across the country. Whereas arts, humanities, and cultural industries strengthen our nation's economy by generating $166.3 billion in total economic activity annually, $26 billion in local, state, and federal government revenue, and by supporting the full-time equivalent of 5 million jobs. Since its earliest days, Oklahoma City has flourished because of the creative spirit and vision of our residents. We rely on the arts and humanities to broaden our views and our understanding of the nation and the world. The arts humanities play an important role in telling our city's story and reminding us of the truths that connect us. Whereas the insight that comes from watching a thought-provoking documentary or discovering a compelling novel can spark moments of joy, sorrow, and awe. From symphonies that bring tragedy to life to architecture that challenges the boundaries of the world around it, these works add texture to our lives and reveal the spirit of our city. Cultivating the talents and minds of our young people and ensuring they have access to the arts and humanities is critical to our city's growth and prosperity. To meet the challenges ahead, we must harness the skills and ingenuity of our children and grandchildren and instill in them the same passion and persistence that has driven our city's progress and innovation. Whereas this month we pay tribute to the tremendous power of the arts and humanities to bring us together and expose us to new ideas as we carry forward this proud tradition. Let us celebrate the ways our city's rich heritage has strengthened our state and inspired our lives. Now, therefore, David Holt, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of October to be Arts and Humanities Month in Oklahoma City, and he calls upon residents to celebrate the arts and humanities in our city and encourage greater participation by all citizens in taking action for the arts and humanities in our neighborhoods, our schools, and all areas across our city.
Thank you very much. I think we have some words from a couple of the people up here. And normally I might suggest you introduce everyone, but I don't even think that is possible today. But we'll start here on my right. Brian from the Arts Commission is going to say a few words, followed by Caroline.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Oklahoma City celebrated a great milestone just a month ago. We celebrated 10 years of 1% for public art projects. 10 years ago, our council committed to making the arts a visual representation of who we are. I love that proclamation. We're often in this space translating the value of art into economic impact numbers. But everyone up here knows the intrinsic value of the arts and how it tells a story about us. With so many potential projects online and what's coming ahead, I'm excited to see that story told in a much more fuller spectrum and in a diverse way of who we are as a people. Thank you again, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. And since you mentioned, let's hear it for Brian. And since you mentioned 1% for art and the anniversary of that passage, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the council author of that ordinance is Meg Salyer, who is standing right here. Now we're going to hear from Caroline Lowry.
Hi, I am the new Executive Director for the Oklahoma Humanities Council. We are the state's affiliate for the National Endowment for the Humanities and the sister cultural organization to the State Arts Council. And I like to say if the arts are the what, the beautiful painting or the magnificent sculpture that touches your heart, the humanities help you interpret the why. Why is this meaningful? Why is this narrative part of my narrative and part of the human experience? So when I communicate the mutually beneficial relationship between the arts and the humanities, it brings me a lot of joy to see our city responding in such a proactive and positive way. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for declaring this Arts and Humanities Month.
Thank you. Let's hear it for all of these folks. Here, Brian. Brian, you can have that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much for coming down, and thanks for all you do in our community every single day. Enjoy your month. All right. If our folks representing Breast Cancer Awareness Month would come up. I will be proclaiming October to be Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and to learn a little bit about that, why don't we ask the clerk to read this proclamation?
Whereas through considerable progress has been made in the fight against breast cancer, it remains the most commonly diagnosed cancer and the second leading cause of death among women in the United States. Whereas each year it is estimated that more than 268,000 women in the United States will be diagnosed with breast cancer, and more than 41,000 will die as a result of the disease. It is estimated that more than 2,900 Oklahoma women will be diagnosed with breast cancer each year. Whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual campaign to increase awareness about the disease. During this month-long observation, we affirm our commitment to support breast cancer research and to educate all citizens about its risk factors, detection, and treatment. And whereas as we display pink ribbons and wear pink clothing to raise awareness, we also support those courageously fighting breast cancer and honor the lives of those lost to the disease. Whereas this October, we recognize breast cancer survivors, those battling the disease, their families and friends, who are a tireless source of love and encouragement, and recognize the efforts of our medical professionals and researchers working to find a cure for this deadly disease. Whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an opportunity to unite all citizens in our community to prevent breast cancer deaths through increased education and regular screening. Now therefore, David Holt, the Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the month of October to be Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Very grateful for all the people who work in this field and bring awareness. And we have Phoebe here today who's going to introduce herself and those that you're with.
My name is Phoebe. I work as a nurse practitioner at community health centers. I'm accompanied, by our CEO, Ms. Lawson, Isabel Lawson, and our COO, Tahira Watley, and Ms. Jeannie with Lynn Institute. And it is a privilege to be here with all of you. Especially, I appreciate Mayor Holt for the proclamation of October being Breast Awareness Month. You know, there's over 3 million people have already been diagnosed with breast cancer as of January 2019, and 1 in 8 women are diagnosed and will be diagnosed with breast cancer. That's a pretty grim statistics. But you know what? 90% of the people, if you diagnose early and screen early, they're treatable. So it's imperative that we implement and increase the number of people getting screening mammograms. So at Community Health Centers of Oklahoma, we are offering free mammograms for those who are uninsured. I work among the homeless, and I'm able to refer to our main site at Mary Mahoney for free mammograms for even that population. And so it is imperative that we get people screened early, detected early, so that they're treatable. And October 29th, we will be having a My Sister, Myself program. It's an all-day program. Every day we have mammograms, but that particular day is an increased awareness, educate women, and to empower women of the importance of taking care of their own health, because we're bad about taking care of ourselves, right? And so on that day, we'll have breast cancer survivors, and we'll have door prizes and such on that day, and we will be talking about awareness, and not only that, offering clinical breast exams and mammogram. People just have to call and schedule an appointment. Thank you.
Great. Let's thank all the people who meet this critical need in our community. All right, finally, we have Minority Enterprise Development Week, and all the folks who came here to recognize that are welcome to come forward. Can tighten it up. All right. Well, let's learn a little bit more about Minority Enterprise Development Week, and I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas National Minority Enterprise Development Week was established as a national week to promote the growth and competitiveness of minority-owned businesses by the Minority Business Development Agency of the U.S. Department of Commerce. Whereas Minority Enterprise Development Week is an opportunity to recognize minority-owned businesses in the Oklahoma City metropolitan area across industries and cultures. Whereas Minority Enterprise Development Week is a celebration of the achievements and contributions of minority-owned businesses and entrepreneurs. Whereas it is fitting and proper during Minority Enterprise Week and every week to strengthen the minority enterprise ecosystem in the city of Oklahoma City. Whereas the city of Oklahoma City is committed to promoting expansion of existing minority-owned businesses and recruiting new minority-owned business as a part of economic development. Now therefore, David Holt, the mayor of the city of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim the second week of October to be Minority Enterprise Development Week in Oklahoma City, and he encourages all citizens to join together to recognize, support, and celebrate the power and excellence of local minority-owned businesses within Oklahoma City's economic engine.
Thank you very much, and we have Mariana here to say a few words.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, city staff, and fellow residents. We want to take a moment to share how proud we are as Oklahoma City residents, business owners, and change agents that Minority Enterprise Development Week is being recognized by the great Oklahoma City, unarguably the greatest city in the nation. There are nearly 65,000 minority-owned businesses in the state of Oklahoma that generate millions in revenue and create opportunities for employment, innovation, and investment. Minority-owned businesses and entrepreneurs are representative of diverse cultures, as you see here, crossing multiple industries critical to our state and local economy. I would like to recognize the organizations and businesses who are on the forefront of our city's Minority Enterprise Network, the Asian District Cultural Association of Oklahoma City, the Black Chamber of Commerce of Metropolitan Oklahoma City, Greater Oklahoma City Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Historic Capitol Hill Business District, Northeast Oklahoma City Renaissance, Oklahoma City Black Eats, Raindrop Turkish House, Oklahoma City, Star Space 46, Stitch Crew, We the People Consulting, and so many more. I'd also like to recognize our local neighborhood corporations like Coca-Cola, Southwest Beverages, who support and invest in the communities where they work and live, including the promotion of employment and entrepreneurship fulfillment. Minority-owned businesses contribute to our city's tax base, sector and product diversification, and quality job and wage growth. Equally important, they contribute to our local character and community well-being. As the executive director of a nonprofit community development corporation, as well as a wife, which also means volunteer to an entrepreneur here in the local metro area, I recognize thriving local businesses build strong communities. There are multiple hundreds of minority-owned businesses in Oklahoma City significantly contributing to their community economy every day, creating both private and public benefits. As one of the leading places to start a business, Oklahoma City's efforts to support minority entrepreneurship and the creation, development, and retention of business ventures advances our city's mission for progress and prosperity. We are tremendously thankful to Mayor Holt, to our council members, and many other city leaders for spurring economic opportunities for an inclusive and attractive business environment which further revitalizes and strengthens communities throughout our beautiful metro area. I'd also like to extend gratitude to Councilwoman Mize for her initial support of this effort and willingness to share her passion and knowledge on this subject. Thank you all again for encouraging all citizens to join us throughout this week-long celebration.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Nice, did you want to say a few words? Oh, yeah, let's hear it for that.
Well, I just want to say thank you for this recognition as far as us to recognize Minority Business Week, and thank you to all of those who have businesses, who are confident in the businesses that you run in Oklahoma City. It means a lot that we are able to support minority business in Oklahoma City, and we still have a ways to go when it comes to making sure we're completely and wholeheartedly supporting minority business, especially in our purview of the city and what that looks like as far as our numbers are concerned. So we encourage all minority businesses to get involved in our city process as well with our bid sync program. Please go online right now and get your business registered so we may continue our work with minority businesses within our great city of Oklahoma City. Thank you so much for being here.
And I would be remiss if I didn't mention, of course, that MAPS 4 program up for a vote on December 10th includes a minority-owned business development center, which would be a significant investment from taxpayers. So thank you all for all you do to grow our economy and create jobs. And let's hear it one more time for this group of folks for coming out this morning. Thank you all. All right, that concludes the presentations. I'll return to my seat. We have one more item on Office of the Mayor. That's the appointment of B.C. Phillips to serve as a member of the Oklahoma City Game and Fish Commission. That's item 3A. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Yes. And now we have item 4A and B, the Journal of Council Proceedings. We could take that with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 5 is request for uncontested continuances. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. On the first item that we have is item on page 2 under the OCMFA agenda, item B. That's the preliminary report for projects MP 0500, for project MP 0500, Douglas Park enhancements, and we're going to strike this item. Councilman Nice had asked for additional information on this, so we're going to strike this item. On page 25, under item 9A3, the applicant has requested a 2-week deferral to October 22nd, and I think also...
Page 24?
Maybe so.
9A3?
Yes, 9A3.
SPUD 113?
Yes,
okay.
yes, 24, I'm sorry. And then under...
I'm sorry, and that's a deferral?
That's a deferral. And then on... I'd missed the one that was already printed on the agenda, was item 9A10 is going to be referred back to the Planning Commission. There were some changes in that application, and so it's going back to the Planning Commission. A10, item 9A10. Then under page 28, item 9J1, unsecured structures. All of these items will be stricken. Item C, 2138 Drinkwater Drive, the owner has secured. Item E, 2731 South Portland Avenue, the owner has secured. Page 29, still under 9J1, item H, 2934 Southwest 14th Street is to re-notify the owner. Item J, 8105 Northwest 20th Terrace, the owner has secured. Item L, 801 Northeast 30th Street, the owner has secured. Item M, 22 Southeast 31st Street, the owner is secured. Item N, 1605 Southwest 34th Street, the owner is secured. Item S, 712 Northwest 91st Street, there's a new owner. Still under page 29, item 9K1 on abandoned buildings. Item B, 2138 Drinkwater Avenue, the owner is secured. Item F, 2934 Southwest 14th Street, to re-notify the owner. Item G, 8105 Northwest 20th Terrace, the owner has secured. Item I, 1605 Southwest 34th Street, the owner has secured. And item M, 712 Northwest 91st Street, and that is a new owner. That's all the items I have.
Okay. Moving on to item 6, revocable permits. Back on page 1 of your printed agenda, we've got 6A, revocable permit with Allied Arts OKC for the Art Around OKC launch party on October 22nd. And we do have Macy French, who has signed up to speak.
Hi, good morning. My name's Macy French. I serve as the content manager of Art Around OKC. It's Allied Arts' brand new initiative. It's going to be an online arts and cultural calendar. We've planned an event on October 22nd at Kerr Park in downtown Oklahoma City from 4 to 6 p.m. to celebrate the launch of that website. There's going to be a couple of food trucks in attendance, as well as canned donated beer from Stone Cloud Brewing Company and live music. We've invited our member agencies, our staff, our board, and then donors of Allied Arts to the event, but it is free of charge.
Thank you.
Well, sounds like a lovely event. I will move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a great event. 6B, revocable permit with the American Cancer Society for the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer OKC 2019 on October 19th. And we have Alicia Jackson, who has signed up to speak.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Making Strides Against Breast Cancer is in its 5th year in Oklahoma City, and we're planning it for Saturday, October 19th, out at the Wheeler District Ferris Wheel. So we are requesting a revocable permit to use the trails that are south of the river. The event that morning is free and open to the public, though of course we do encourage folks to fundraise because those funds go back into research and different services that are offered to those directly affected by breast cancer. But we'll have food trucks out there, we'll have a children's area and a special area for survivors, as well as a 5K route that just goes out and back.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nice.
Do we get one of those shirts if we walk?
Girl, yes.
Those are some lovely
Just let
shirts.
me know.
And we appreciate you all for your efforts and what you do to make strides against breast cancer. And I'm sure with myself and Councilwoman Hamon, we definitely support the cause, and I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item 6C is a revocable permit with Friends of Multisport for the 24 The Hard Way 2019, October 19th through the 20th, using Bluff Creek Park. We don't have anyone who's signed up to speak, but perhaps wishes to regardless. Come forward and state your name and address.
My name is David Wood, President of Friends of Multisport. First, I want to say thank you for the support of the council and the city for the triathlon that we held last month. Had a great turnout. This next event for us is a 6, 12, and 24-hour event staged at Bluff Creek Park, and we expect a couple of attendees this year could break our course record, which is 174 miles in that 24-hour period. So,
cool.
Any questions? I'd be happy to answer.
Councilman Stonecipher?
Sounds exhausting to me, but I'll move for its approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimous.
Thank you so much.
And we've got 6D, revocable permit with the Oklahoma City County Health Department for 2019 Open Streets on October 20th. And we have Craig Bauman.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about Open Streets, an Oklahoma City County Health Department event. This will be our 5th annual Fall Open Streets event taking place on South Robinson Street from Southwest 15th to Southwest 29th. It'll be on Sunday, October 20th, and it's really about taking back the street. It's a health and wellness event where we close down the street and allow the people to take it back for physical activity, walking, biking, and we have activity vendors all along the route to set up various physical fitness type of activities to get people out moving and enjoying what will probably be a beautiful day.
Thank you. Sorry, I lost my place. Okay, so well, there's any number of wards that might want to jump in on this one.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Stone?
I'm glad to see the event come back to this location there in the historic Capitol Hill. It's a great time there, and I'd recommend everyone come out and experience it. So with that, I'd move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. 6E, revocable right-of-way use permit with InMotive Oklahoma, USA Track and Field Inc. sanction to hold Miles for Miracles on October 27th. And we don't have anyone who's signed up to speak, but if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address.
Hi, my name is Carrie Ralston. I'm with In Motive.
And my name is Jenny Ho, and I'm from the Children's Hospital Foundation.
We're excited to announce the inaugural Miles for Miracles. This is going to take place October 27th on a Sunday on the campus. So the start and finish line will be between the David Board Student Union and the Robert Byrd Library. And we're going to have a 15K that starts at 8 o'clock, a 5K that starts at 8:15, and then a 1 mile fun run at 8:30. So then Jennifer would like to tell you what this benefits.
Yeah, so 100% of the proceeds that we're going to raise through this event is actually going to go back towards the Children's Hospital Foundation, and it's going to go towards supporting the kids here in Oklahoma to provide them the best pediatric care and specialists possible that we can to this state. We serve children in all 77 counties, and we have over 234 patient encounters a year. So with this inaugural run, we're going to have pumpkin painting, face painting, and we're going to have a couple food vendors out there, and it's just really a great event to promote awareness for the Children's Hospital, and we're hoping to just bring out a great crowd to help support our cause and help raise some good funds for the hospital.
Great, thank you. Councilwomen?
All right, we're excited about Miles for Miracles, and maybe that one mile sounds like I can do that. Yeah. With that, I'll move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Have a great event. 6F, revocable right-of-way use permit with Downtown OKC Partnership to hold Brick or Treat October 28th, Mickey Mantle between Flaming Lips and Wanda Jackson. A phrase you could only say here.
Good morning. My name is Holly Hoyler with Downtown OKC. This will be our 6th annual Brick or Treat on Monday, October 28th from 4 to 7 p.m. We're going to have about 50 businesses participating by either handing out candy or doing a special promotion or giveaway. And the majority of the programming will take place on Mickey Mantle Plaza at the ballpark. We're going to have family-friendly activities, also pumpkin painting, a DJ, characters in costume, and other activities for people to enjoy. So we are expecting around 10,000 attendees, so we would like to close off Mickey Mantle Avenue from Flaming Lips Alley to Wanda Jackson Way for safety. And we will do that from 12 to 8 p.m.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman?
All right, I think anytime you want to block off Flaming Lips Alley and Wanda Jackson Way because of something like this, you must. So with that, I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, 6G, revocable right-of-way use permit with Running Away Enterprises to hold the Hot Chocolate 15K 5K on October 20th on Kings of Leon Lane between Joe Carter and Charlie Christian. And, you're back.
Yes, hi. Love that new street name. Great mic drop, by the way. Excited to bring Hot Chocolate Race. This is a national iconic running series that is featured in 20 cities. So we're excited that Oklahoma City is one of their stops now. So this is going to happen in front of the Bricktown Event Center. And the start line will be on California and then end over there by the ballpark. So we'll have a 15K and a 5K, both starting at 8:45, and then be prepared to have everything hot chocolate at the finish line. So they'll have fondue and hot chocolate, and they've got jackets, finisher runners, so be a good time, and it's for a great cause partnering with Allstate.
Great. Take it?
Why not? Why not?
Right, no 1 mile, but you can come out and cheer.
I think the mayor was excited to say officially Kings of Leon Lane.
Yes, that's exciting.
So I think we're all excited about drinking hot chocolate on Kings of Leon Lane. So with that, I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
Have a good
you.
day.
All right, we'll recess the council meeting. We'll convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority. We have items A through H, except for item B, which was stricken.
Move the items except for B.
Got a motion And a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA, convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we merely have claims and payroll, but let's go ahead and vote anyways. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA, convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we have items A through C we could take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust and reconvene as the council meeting, where we find ourselves on page 5 of your printed agenda at item 7, the consent docket. And I know we have presentations on item X, items AD 1 through 4, item AO, and item BM. Is there anything else that any council member would like to pull out for a separate vote or pull out for a separate discussion?
Yes, I'd like to pull BH1 for a separate vote and BH2 for discussion.
BH1, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
B as in boy.
For a vote, right, on the first one, and then you just want to talk about the second one. Okay. Anything else?
Mayor, I'd like to discuss 7AE, please.
For me, 7Z and AA.
Okay. Anything else?
I have a comment on BP.
BB? Okay.
P. British Petroleum.
Perfect, thank you. Okay. Yeah. AM2. Okay.
One more, AJ.
Okay. All right, anything else? All right, we'll take them in order then. That brings us then, I believe, to a presentation at item X.
Yes, on item X, Robbie Kienzle is going to introduce this item, and then our artist in residence, Erica Bonavita, will make a presentation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So artist residencies generally fall in two different camps. One is where a lot of national funders and philanthropists invest money in an artist to be a resident to kind of disrupt and change the way an organization operates. And then there's another type where an organization might have space and they want to be activated and they want to change the experience at the space. And that's the type of artist residency that we have here at the city under its inaugural year. I went ahead and gave you some images. One of our most well-known residencies in Oklahoma City is the one at the Skirvin Hotel. It's now in, I think it's 6th year. It's getting ready to turn over again. And that artist residency, they pay, in fact, we based a lot of our legal documents on that residency. They shared them with us. But they pay the artist a residency. The artist gets a food budget, a food stipend, and then they also pay parking. And we do some of those things minus the food. Okay. So how did our artist in residence get selected? We limited it to our pre-qualified artist pool. That's something that we've been now cultivating since our public art master plan. We held a non-mandatory information session so that artists that were interested could actually come to City Hall, see the space, ask questions, since we had never done this before. And then we had a committee, very well-rounded committee, that went ahead and shortlisted some finalists. And so those finalists then were invited to an interview, an in-person interview where, in the end, Erica Bonavita was recommended to the Arts Commission, who also agreed once they evaluated that selection. And then the first artist agreement for City Hall's artist in residence was approved by City Council in February, so she was able to move in March. We originally had the term of the agreement from March through December 30th. thinking that we might be able to get a Mid-America Art Alliance grant. We found out later through the debrief, and we also got debriefed by the Mid-America Art Alliance that we did not get that grant because they were really looking for something a little bit different, the other type of artist in residence. So we do have a written debriefing on that. So how does Oklahoma City benefit from an artist in residence? One of the things that we require in Erica Bonavita's contract is that she do public events. In the first round with this, she was required to do 3 through December 30th, and we had her original one as more of a reception on the day that council persons Cooper and Hamon took their oath. And it was very successful. You can see here from some of the images, our county DA walked through the second floor of City Hall and was very pleased to see that. We also see she's on the first floor, so if you enter from the north or the south of the building, you'll go right by her studio. A lot of employees or visitors to City Hall come visit her, and she actually has some regular visitors each day that really don't have a lot of business at City Hall, but they've happened upon her, and they do come to talk to her about different things that she does. We also have partnered with Art Moves on her opening reception day, and they brought in music. And then I've shown you several of the plans and studies. We have Cultural Plan and Artist Support Study, our Public Art Master Plan, and Plan OKC. Each one of these planning documents that we have refers to ways that the city should be supporting and creating opportunities for artists. And the best way to sum this up is, I remember a day when someone wanted public art or art to hang on their walls when they would go somewhere else to find it. They would often travel to Boston or DC or New York. And it was funny that a lot of times they gravitated towards the work of Oklahoma artists, but they didn't see that work here. We weren't very effective here locally at cultivating artists, giving them opportunities. And now that we are, we're starting to see that a lot of our artists, our local artists, are celebrities. And the community gets really excited to walk around and know artists, know these local celebrities. In fact, last week I saw an article about the top murals in the U.S., and Oklahoma City was the top listed city. So not only are local people excited about our celebrity status in art, but national people are also seeing these kinds of articles and saying, wow, they've got some talent in Oklahoma City, and we didn't used to have a way to do that before. The other thing I put up here is there's been numerous news channel focus on Erica, and also written stories in the press, in our local press, about her. So these are all ways that the city has benefited from her residency. And now I'm going to turn it over to Erica so she can talk to you about how she has benefited and where she's going from here.
Good morning. I'm Erica Bonavita, the current artist in residence for Oklahoma City. I could probably spend a couple of hours talking about how this residency has benefited me just to date, but I will mention just a few of the ones that come to the top of my mind. One of the first things that it has done for me is it has created a more regimented artist practice for me. I'm coming in here a couple of days a week, and we've actually increased to 3 days a week right now. I wake up with the purpose of coming in and making art several days a week, and it's also gone into the other days of the week where I'm not down here, but I am still waking up with this purpose of I have a certain amount of work I need to get done. There's certain things that I need to have ready to be up at City Hall on Monday. So I'm working a lot more, I'm creating a lot more, and with that, I've also had a lot of growth in my art. I've had a lot of new subject matter, I've had a lot of new skills that I've developed, and I've had a lot of things that I'm getting to work on that I haven't had the time to before. And now that I have, essentially, I'm down here for 12 hours a week, but I'm essentially working probably 40 between my home studio and the City Hall studio, and it's having an enormous effect on what I'm producing. Another benefit is having access to the public and their opinions on my work, which for the most part I've had amazing feedback. I've had a whole body of work that I've developed essentially because of people's reactions to what I'm creating in my studio. I'm having people tell me what they're interested in. I'm having them come in and see things up close and personal. I'm able to pick apart things and tell me what they feel and why they feel that way, and that has an effect on what I choose to create. Another thing that has been beneficial for me is mentorship, both through the Public Arts Committee and as well as with, we've had a marketing meeting. We've had different discussions on directions for my career. I've gotten to be a juror for the Oklahoma City Beautiful Public Art Project, so I'm getting to see the perspective from the other side so that I know kind of what's going into the bureaucracy of public art and how I can navigate that better for myself as an artist. I've had a lot of networking. I'm meeting a lot of people who are completely unrelated to the arts that are coming through City Hall. I'm meeting a lot of people who are connected to the arts that might be down here for business. So I'm meeting just different people with different perspectives, different walks of life, and that's been very interesting because as an artist, you're generally in your studio alone and you don't get to have those kinds of interactions and connections, and that is a catalyst for the next thing that is coming in my career. And aside from all of that, it's also had an enormous impact on my confidence as an artist. I've been able to raise my prices to something that I think is more competitive with both local and national artists, and it's made me feel more solidified in my position as a professional artist. I don't feel that I'm a hobbyist. I know that I am a professional artist at this point, and I think that this residency has done that for me. And I think that's the majority of that. Some of the new stuff that we're going to be doing, I'm really excited about our outreach events. The next thing that we are planning is an outreach event with John Rex Elementary. We're going to have some students come over and be in the space adjacent to my studio, and we're planning a really exciting painting to do with them, and that's going to be the kind of the pilot for a series of outreach events in the spring, so we'll see how that one pans out. I also have extended my studio hours. I'm in City Hall Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm usually here from about 9 to 2. I have my official hours as 10 to 1 in case, I have to be a little late or anything like that. And I'll be studying, or I'll be demoing on the 3rd floor. This is going to be my first time today, actually. For a little bit more visibility, we're going to have me out here in the foyer outside of council chambers so that anyone who's here for official business is going to stumble upon me a little bit more, and we can have other interactions, and that's going to be great for feedback for me. It's great for the public so that they can see work in progress as opposed to a finished painting, which I think is really exciting. And I will be finishing out my residency and creating a lot of new work and enjoying what's next. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for anybody on that presentation? Okay. Next up would be Councilwoman Nice. You wanted to talk about item Z.
Yes, I know last week, Z and AA pretty much go together, but last week, or last council meeting, should I say, we introduced you all to the art that will be placed on northeast, in our northeast area on North Kate Avenue. But today, we have one of those local celebrities, as Ms. Robbie was talking about, our artist that will be responsible for the mural, and I just wanted to recognize him. He's here. Just wanted to, yeah, you should. We want to say hello to our local celebrity. This is Marcus Muse, and he is the gentleman who you will be seeing just have his art beautified. Royal tone, so I just wanted to recognize him because, again, we are extremely excited about what this will do for our community in that neighborhood, and I understand that's an area you grew up in as well and you are very familiar with, so it means something when you have someone who knows that area and also knows the royal tones of what a structure and what a piece like that will do for the community, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Going on to AD, 1 through 4, I believe we have a presentation.
Yes. Katie Friddle is here from the Planning Department to make a presentation on this one.
Good morning. I'm Katie Friddle, the Program Planner for Historic Preservation in the Planning Department, and you all see National Register nominations on the consent docket fairly regularly, but since we had 4 on all at one time this month, we thought it would be a nice opportunity to say why you see them and what the purpose is, and go over each of them just a little bit so that you're more familiar with what you're taking action on. Oops. So we, as a city, review National Register nominations for any property within the city of Oklahoma City because we participate in the Certified Local Government Program. This is a program through the National Park Service that was developed to get cities more involved in historic preservation and in the National Historic Preservation Act. It provides a source of funding for us to do educational programming, outreach, hire consultants to carry out various activities, send staff and commission members to training, but it also gives us the ability to weigh in on nominations of properties to the National Register of Historic Places. The National Register of Historic Places is the federal government's list of historic sites, structures, buildings, objects, monuments throughout the nation. It does not place any restriction on private property owners. It's largely an honorary recognition, and it also is used to advise and inform federal undertakings when the federal government is carrying out a project or an activity. It triggers no local restrictions. It's not tied to any of our local ordinances or review processes. And it may qualify property owners for financial incentives like state and federal historic tax credits for the rehabilitation of a historic property. That is largely why we often see these properties. Property owners are seeking those state and federal tax credits so that they can rehabilitate a historic building. So the process that these go through, because we're a certified local government, is that the Historic Preservation Commission reviews the nomination and provides a recommendation to City Council. That recommendation then comes to this body, where you officially authorize the mayor to make a recommendation, which goes on to the State Historic Preservation Office's review committee, and then on to the National Park Service. And these recommendations are on the property's eligibility for the National Register of Historic Places. It has established criteria that are considered and evaluated within the National Register nomination. That nomination is, or that recommendation is forwarded on to the state's review committee and then on to the keeper of the National Register with the National Park Service. Property owners are notified at each step of this process. Often the nomination's submitted by the property owner, but in the case of something like a National Register district, property owners are notified each step of the way. The four that are in front of you this morning are the Oklahoma National Guard Armory at 200 Northeast 23rd Street. This property was built in 1938 to provide facilities for the National Guard in proximity to the state capitol and to the governor's mansion. And this property is being redeveloped as a hotel, event center, brewery, restaurant space. And this one's been in the news quite a bit. Just down the street from that one is the Oklahoma State Highway Department Testing Laboratory. This was built in 1934 and by the predecessor to Oklahoma Department of Transportation. It was built for the testing of road construction materials at a time when we were building lots and lots of roads. And this is also part of that development associated with the Armory. The Iroquois Apartments is at 900 Northwest 13th Street and is being rehabilitated. It will remain as apartments and is going to use the state and federal historic tax credits as well. This was constructed in 1928 at a time when apartment housing was booming in the area of Midtown and is significant for that reason. And then Harmony School at 1537 Northeast 24th Street was constructed in 1927 and is anticipated to be using historic tax credits likely for rehabilitation as housing. So any questions about, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Okay, thank you. Councilman Stonecipher, you wanted to talk about item AE?
Just briefly, Your Honor. AE deals with bids for advertising a street resurfacing project. Normally I don't bring those up, but this one involves Northwest 122nd between North Rockwell Avenue all the way to Portland. And then the second one is North MacArthur between 122nd to West Memorial. The reason I bring these two up is I receive a lot of calls about these two streets, and so I'm excited that the voters passed the 2017 general obligation bond, and I'm excited that we will be able to start work on this project on December 2019, and weather permitting, it will be completed by February 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nice, you wanted to talk about item AJ?
Yes. I know this had been brought up previously in our council meeting because I had a question of the decrease as far as Booker T. Washington Park and Edwards Park is concerned. So this, and I deferred it, and this is back on our agenda, and I just wanted to make sure the clarification is known that for Edwards and Booker T. Washington, it was for exercise equipment, and what I have been told by our parks director is that we will be upgrading to better exercise equipment, such as the equipment that now sits at the Douglas Park in that area. So it'll be a state-of-the-art type of equipment, so therefore there's a decrease, and with that equipment costs a lot more. Am I correct? Okay, I'll just finish it then. And that means we're obviously going to get an increase because of the equipment that will be coming. So I just wanted to make sure we recognize why there is a decrease, because we will soon for future see an increase due to the equipment that will be placed, as far as better equipment to be placed at Edwards and Booker T. Washington Park. So I just want to make sure we mention that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cooper, you wanted to talk about items AM 2, 4, and 5?
Yeah. I just wanted to draw attention to the ongoing street resurfacing that's going to happen, specifically on Northwest 36th Street between North Penn to Western, and then also just kind of letting residents know that's coming. And then also from Northwest 36th to Northwest 50th Street, bounded by May and Pennsylvania, and again on Northwest 122nd, bound by May and Eric, do we happen to have a timeline for, I'm sorry, I looked on Better Streets and I didn't see the timeline.
So I've got great news to report to you, Eric Wenger, Director of Public Works. These projects are actually all finished.
All of them? But when we talked, there were some that were finished and some that they're...
So the specific one, so if we're looking at item number 4, residential street resurfacing, and there's an area bound by May, Penn, 50th to 36. So this is a bond project specifically that's being constructed in quadrants. The work that's on the agenda today is work that is completed. So if we look at that mile, the north half was completed in 2017 and 2018. The lower half mile is under construction, and this is the first of those completions of that. So I would estimate maybe 3/4 of the full mile are fully completed, with the last quadrant currently under constructed to be completed here shortly.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. We have a presentation on item AO.
Yes, Melinda McMillan-Miller is here. She's our Assistant Parks Director, and she's going to make a presentation on the Trails Wayfinding System.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. I appreciate the opportunity to review with you the Pathways Trails Wayfinding program that we have going on. The project is going to focus on all of the existing trails that have been built. This will put permanent signage on those trails to include mile markers, information maps, and other information, so that when our residents are on the trails, they feel confident where they're going and know what's coming up ahead of them. This is the overall sign palette for the what will be installed on the trails themselves. You have the gateway markers to directional signage that are actually on the streets, directing people to parking areas where they can access the trails. We'll have directional signage that include maps and trail etiquette, along with interpretive signs and mile markers. The gateway monuments and all of the signage in general all coordinate with different limestone, Core 10 finished aluminum, and aluminum strapping to give that pathway and trails look to it, and the color palette being blues and greens and easily recognizable. You can see from the monument sign, those gateway monument signs are actually at the entrance points or the trail heads for each of the trails. They're very large. You'll be able to see them from a long way. They're also lit, which is nice. The street signs you'll see, those will be very recognizable for anyone in a vehicle who is heading to this trails. The pedestrian directional signs will be located at every mile. The directional signs are interchangeable, which is great as we have upgrades and updates and additions to our trail system. They include different graphic panels that show points of interest that are coming up within that half-mile radius of that trail sign location. They show on a map graphically, so if legibly is more difficult for someone to read, graphically they'll see on a map where you are located here, symbol, and then within the half-mile radius what they can find attractions to visit. Trail safety is, of course, very important. We have this on every sign so that everyone understands how to be the best trail user they can. And then also an overall trail map of the whole city system, including the mile marker. Each of those panels are flexible. We can change the individual sections out as we update throughout the whole system. One thing to note as well is that the map legends will include the on-street bicycle facilities that are nearby the trail. So as people are going to access a bus route, to take a bus to a trailhead, or if they want to use the on-street bicycle facility, they'll be able to know how to get from the street to the trail system itself. And we are coordinating all of that work, of course, with the planning department. This is just a little bit tighter graphic of, for example, of the Katy Trail and the Adventure District, showing all the points of interest that someone might want to stop, take a break, and enjoy one of our great attractions in our city. And again, the wayfinding. Each trail has its own color code, and so that it's more easily identifiable by color or name or location throughout the city. You'll notice our newer Draper trails on there too. These are actually the half-mile markers that are in the pavement themselves. So as you are cycling, and if you're between those mile markers, you will actually have the quarter and half-mile markers in the pavement themselves. You just cycle right over and know exactly where you're at. This shows the finishes. Like I said, we'll have the painted aluminum, so it will look like Core-10 steel, but be aluminum instead. That prevents this Core-10 from rusting and the rust running down onto the stonework beneath, causing a permanent stain. So we opted with aluminum with that Core-10 finish. And of course, brushed aluminum lettering and strapping, as well as the stone bases and foundations. All of the signage is going to be made with high-pressure laminate, and those signs, graphics, it's a very economical solution that does not fade in the sun, but as we need to change them out to update them with new amenities on the trail, they're a very cost-effective way to do that. And then, of course, you'll see the colors on the right, 3 different shades of green and 2 blue. So the signage package was actually funded from 2 different sources of funds. We had 7 of the trails were funded from Better Street, Safer City, and then the other 7 trails were funded with the 2017 GEO bond program. Our timeline is a little bit delayed now. We have actual bidding and award we are fully expecting to do in about December. And so we'll be able to award that beginning January, and then we will hopefully be in construction by the end or middle, actually, of the summertime, 2-year completion date to be fully implemented. Go back. Are there any questions about our signage package? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, as we pass by the item on the agenda, I'll mention BB as it is a special City Council workshop next week with the HP Commission and the Planning Commission, and it'll be at the Cox Center at the same time as usual, 8:30. Moving now on to BH 1 and 2. Councilwoman Hamon wished to see a separate vote on BH 1 and to talk about BH 2. So I guess we'll take them in order, and we'll start with BH 1. I'm assuming it's not for a recusal or anything, so if you want to go ahead and start the discussion.
My main source of income is not anywhere, touches this in no way at all. So I saw this item on the agenda, and I wanted to pull it out because given that we approved money for operating costs for the Boathouse Foundation and all of the kind of infrastructure and kind of the financial place they've been in at our last meeting, And I know, well, reading the memo and talking with staff, I recognize the money for the infrastructure was approved last year, but I'm sort of the opinion that I feel like I want them to get in a better place financially before we give them more infrastructure to manage, and just not having really seen information on how much it costs, how much they expect to make, how much the actual activity will cost is what I mean, how much they expect to make, as well as how much they think that it will take to run it, how much, I recognize that the pumping water is a big electrical cost. So I wanted to ask some questions about that, but I'm interested in either deferring or striking this, potentially maybe in a year or so, revisiting it once we see them go through another season and see how their financials look. So
Mike Knop is here. Mike, do you mind answering questions on this? Can address the concerns that are there. This was part of the package that was approved with additional funding that was recommended by the advisory board. And so David Todd is here if we want to have any questions as far as the advisory board process. But it was additional funding that was provided or approved previously. And so Mike can talk about the project and what the intent is with this project.
Sure. Well, thank you. I want to kind of take us back just for a second. When we first set forth on the Whitewater Center project several years ago, before as MAPS 3 was getting underway, there was a pro forma that was developed that articulated in that there needed to be multiple features for the project to really become financially sustainable over time. And it's sort of like you want to have a multi-screen movie theater, not a single-screen movie theater for a number of reasons. And we ended up with a really good single-screen movie theater, but we ended up having to value engineer out many of those other projects, the water features, the other adventure features, all of which were in there because that was proven to be an important elements to the financial plan for the operation of the Whitewater Center as seen in other locations. So when we proceeded back with the request for the surplus funds, it was to bring some of those projects back in because they were just critical to the overall viability, financial sustainability plan for the Whitewater project. So we looked for projects, again, we do surveys every year, and many of the surveys are really underscoring the need that we need to have more water features, more features for the whole family, and more shade, more infrastructure, things like that. We've had to, as the Boathouse Foundation, incur a lot of expense in trying to create other features just to get by, and that includes inflatables that are not ideal because they're subject to wind conditions. Obviously there's power associated with the inflatables, they're water inflatables, and all of those things have been kind of stopgap measures to try to get us to the point where we can bring back some of those projects that we originally envisioned. The reason for this first project, which is one of several projects that are going to be included as proposed in the surplus allocation, is because there's a high return on investment, with a focus on efficiency, because the pumps in this project are very, very different than the pumps in the Whitewater Center. The pumps in the Whitewater Center are significant. This is a much different type of operation. We estimate from looking, and we've been actually looking at a surfing feature since about 2013, so we know these very well. There's a high throughput, which is really important to this kind of operation, up to over 400 people per hour. Put in perspective, our zip line that we currently have is 30 people per hour. So we're having a challenge getting enough people through the system, which equates to more revenue for the program. The pumps we anticipate costing the electrical charge per day no more than $130 to $140. That's 3 passes in a day, essentially, 3 incremental passes. The incremental staffing costs are marginal, if any, because we would be replacing the inflatables that we currently have and move the staffing onto the permanent attraction. But I think the biggest thing, too, I'd want to emphasize with the surfing feature, and there will be other projects for your consideration coming soon as part of the overall package, is the fact it really fits within the model of the Whitewater Center, in that it's very efficient, it's a small footprint, it's designed to have, again, I mentioned the active user throughput, but there's also a high passive user component to this as well. People just love to watch it. It's really fun to watch. Kids as young as 4 years old can get involved, unlike the Whitewater Center, which is 8 years old. And it will be located right next to the restaurants. This is a very proven attraction that drives revenue in both food and beverage and past sales. So this has been done in many other places, which is, again, why we're choosing this as the first one. The other thing is it can be done by spring break. And that's why we're eager to get this underway, because these new attractions are absolutely critical to the financial viability of the entire Whitewater project. Adding these features will broaden the demographic, will bring in more users, bring in more revenue from both past sales, but also food and beverage sales. There will be other projects that will be coming, including our expanded event center on the second floor, more zip line, and additional water features. But this is the first one, and it's the first one because it can get done relatively quickly and in time for our operating season in the spring, which to us is just critical as it is part of that overall plan for sustainability.
So David, could you just speak real quick to the process that this will come back? So this is doing final plans and specifications, but we'd come back to the council for a final selection, right?
Yes, David Todd, MAPS Program Manager. This is just the advertisement for the project, and as you said, there will be a bidding process. It'll go back through the subcommittee and the advisory board and then come to council for award of contract in approximately a month.
I also wanted to ask, how much will it cost for a user to participate in this activity?
There are two different ways that this kind of facility is run. There could be a single user experience, which we anticipate being just like all of our other single experiences, which is $19. We also will include this in our day pass. So our existing day pass, you could have that all access pass, and it gives you one more attraction to participate in. The price will not go up based on this. It will just increase the number of things that you get to do. So when we looked at our revenue model for this, just in the day pass sales alone, we believe that it'll have a net impact in a conservative estimate of about $250,000. That's not incorporating or considering the incremental growth in overall day pass sales, because again, when it's very well proven, of course, in the attraction industry, when you add new things, that drives additional attendance and additional revenue. So, but we're trying to keep the price point low. If somebody just wants to do the surfing, and they could do it all day, or it could be part of that overall full day experience.
So, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I just had a couple of questions. You mentioned high return on investment.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're talking about is $250,000 annually that this will add to your bottom line?
Yes, at a minimum, we believe.
Not monthly, not.
Yeah.
But annually.
Yes.
Okay. And then secondly, you said that there are several of these projects already in existence. If JoBeth and I wanted to take a look at it and see the sustainability of those projects in other places, where would we look to see this?
They have them in a variety of places. Some theme parks, Magic Springs, for example, in Arkansas. They're on cruise ships. Again, they're desirable because of the small footprint, and a lot of it is the impact on the food and beverage as well. So, and then there are some that are in other locations that are sort of standalone. So they're part of like a restaurant or bar complex.
If you could give us a list so we could kind of look at that, that would be really helpful.
Okay.
And then last but not least, the sustainability plan that you mentioned overall for the project.
Yeah.
If I could see a copy of that, that would be nice.
Okay.
Am I understanding this correctly, that we'll have another opportunity to vote on the actual contract for this? Could we receive some sort of the research that Councilperson Stonecipher is talking about between now and then? Just
sure.
To be able to, yeah, because, I definitely had some constituents reach out to me when they saw this on the agenda, just wanting to make sure, like, hey, how does this circle square here, right, with what we just heard a few weeks ago? So, Yeah, I'd like, and you said there's going to be a slate of other projects coming our way too about the Boathouse District, is that right?
Yes, I mean, one of them we got is the build out on the second floor, and I don't remember all the other projects that we've got, but there's several that were there with that additional funding.
Yeah, part of the original, again, the plan was to bring back several of the things, some climbing features, additional zip line that has a higher capacity, higher throughput, and some additional water features. We just are breaking them up so we can get this particular one underway. And one thing I wanted to mention too is that this is a skill-based attraction. It's not just like a water slide. So the idea too is, like all of our other features, it's an authentic surfing experience that drives people back. They want to keep coming back and trying more, especially kids. And so we feel like that fits into the overall health and wellness aspect and active outdoor culture we're trying to build with this attraction. And surfing is very popular right now, which is, I should have mentioned, that was mentioned by the oversight board and the MAP subcommittee is, you know, this is really a direction we want to go because it is a very popular thing right now. So.
And the list of projects that will come before us for the Boathouse District, are they all part of what this restructuring, like were they things that were recommended as a way to help make this a financially whole?
So these were projects that were actually initiated, I mean, a request that was initiated prior to the discussions, what we were doing. So they do work together in that, from their perspective, from the Boathouse Foundation's perspective, it helps them with their revenue picture. But the projects were actually proved separate from that discussion.
I thought.
But I would say, I don't even remember when this vote was, but it was clear that the motivation at the time was to drive revenue.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, that is, I think, to more directly answer your question. The motivation of the council when they voted on this, well, all of this stuff, this funding for the river sport was to create revenue enhancing projects down there. So, I mean, yeah, it's not intended, one can speculate one way or the other what you think will happen, but I mean, it is certainly not intended to provide more operating burden to the river sport. It's supposed to help them make even more money and therefore get out of the situation that brought them here 2 weeks ago.
I'll say, I know the question of deferral is on the table, but after the explanation, I feel that we should, by the time it comes back to council, we would have had the information as far as those numbers that we needed, and that way we can have a more in-depth discussion about if we want to then possibly defer or continue after we get all of those numbers. So I think, in my opinion, it's important for us to just kind of start, let's see what this bid process looks like, and make sure when we get all of the numbers, then we can all have a real succinct decision to make when it comes to about a month when it comes back to council. But that's just how I feel about it. And I'll say, you know, we had the Regatta Festival that happened this past weekend, and I was there Friday, and the attendance was phenomenal for a Friday evening. And Saturday, I know the attendance was just as great or more. And I see the improvements that are happening. I know we're not going to see the return tomorrow, but there are strides that are being made when it comes to the turnaround and the process going forward, because I think we have to really understand the abruptness of what happened as far as Boathouse Foundation and the funding stream that was there, and then all of a sudden abruptly gone due to the funder that passed away that was solely funding the Boathouse Foundation. And with that, you know, we also know with some of our other foundations that we have within Oklahoma City that there are multiple funders, if that's a word to use for that. And this process, obviously, this is just one of those MAPS 3 projects that was one of those things that did not have a way of figuring out how to operate beyond. And that's the unfortunate piece to some of those projects that happen in MAPS 3. But I think if we're able to look at what's coming, the numbers, and then come back in a month, we would be able to make a more sound decision of if we wanted to defer or if we wanted to just continue it. So those are just my thoughts.
Well, and the other thing, it helps us meet that spring break goal. Keeps it on track for that.
Councilman Greenwell?
Yeah. So from one perspective, this money had already been approved back in October of 18, so I don't see a reason to not allow this to move forward. But here's my complaint, and I'm serious about this. We were told, not by Craig, he was not the city manager at this time, that we had to provide this emergency funding of $7.9 million a year ago so that all of the improvements could be made prior to the summer session. Well, here we are a year again, and we're still discussing funding of this $7.9 million. And the important part of this is we could not wait until we had other projects that may need funding from the surplus of MAPS 3. So it's the procedure that I'm concerned with. And then secondly, I think this is something that we should have had information about prior to our last vote concerning the boathouse district. It's like a banker. You know, we may loan money on a specific project, but we kind of want to know what's going on with the operations. Anything that's substantial, we want to maintain a good communications with our banker, because we know, hey, if we don't keep them happy, if we ever need additional funding or there's a problem, then we've got serious problems. So lack of transparency, lack of open communications, and just misinformation provided to us a year ago, and it does impact basically $8 million out of approximately $30 million is a big percentage. I don't have my calculator with me, but I think it's over 25%. A big impact. We were misled, but now it's just funding that's already been approved, so I don't see what we can do about it. But I am concerned about the timing of information that's provided to us from this organization.
Yeah, so the intent was, or the desire of the foundation was, that we would get all the projects completed before that time. So that was the desire and the request that came forward. Just as we started working through the planning and the preparations for that, we couldn't get all the projects completed by that time. And I think the intent has been all along that there's been this ongoing communication. The projects were out there, we were in design, we were working through these. We hadn't brought this back to specifically talk about this project when we were looking at the funding issue, because there's really the emergency that was in front of us on the funding issue. But the projects that we've known that we're working towards with that intent, as the mayor described, towards trying to help with the revenue situation. So we'll continue to do that and then make sure that we're keeping information coming to the council.
Councilman McAtee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mike, I have a question that doesn't have to be answered today, but I see from your talk and from the conversation up here in the council, we talk in terms of revenue. Okay? Revenue is really great, but there's another thing in a situation that I think is equally as great, if not greater, and that's this nasty word profit. Are the services, are the products that we're offering, are we offering them at a price where when we total up at the end of the day, the week, the month, whenever, we have taken in more money than we've spent out? Because that's the only way I think we're going to get out of this. And so I'd like, over the time between now and when you come back in, somebody to get with me and give me a little breakdown on how do you calculate the profit on a fair like this, because it's different than a grocery store or an automobile dealership or et cetera. Thank you.
Yeah. We will work on that. It is a complicated project, but I will again underscore that there was a model that was commissioned, 10 years ago that articulated all the components of that, what makes that profit, and we did cut out all of those components, but the whitewater facility, and we did studies, significant studies about price points and things like that in terms of what it takes to operate. We just need to drive more volume through. But I will mention that we're 75% ahead this year in season pass sales over last year, and 17% ahead on rafting, participation. So it takes time to grow. Our counterpart in Charlotte, North Carolina, has a venue that is full of all of these things, not just the whitewater facility. But it took them a few years to realize the the profit that they're seeing today. But we're sticking with it. We just got to keep adding and creating these things that are going to drive revenue and drive attendance. So, and I will provide you that information. Thank you.
One other question. Do we have any like market research that proves the numbers that we would expect to see this increase in usership specifically for Oklahoma City, like for our market in the greater metro area?
Yes, we look at a few things. Number one, just we've seen a steady growth, but we know that in the attractions industry, when you add, no matter what the attraction is, when you add attractions, that does create a spike in attendance. So we think that alone will make an impact. But the thing that is very significant about this is we really need to drive a much broader demographic into the venue. And so we've done a lot of research on what those things should be and finding things that will drive people not only one time, but back multiple times, which is why we're requesting the various different projects that we are today. And again, part of it goes along with the active lifestyle mission that we have. And so having projects that kind of underscore that and also, again, have a broad age demographic reach. And so the Flow Rider or the Surf Machine, whatever you want to call it, is a proven feature. Our Whitewater Center is unique. There's not many in the world. This is something that is in dozens of locations around the world. So we do have a real strong degree of confidence that this will and also, I would also underscore, my director of operations comes from this world as well, and he believes very strongly this is, a perfect addition to our venue, considering where we are today, as well as, again, the zip line and the other features as well. So we know, just a final thought is we know the demand because we see it every day. We see, the amount of people coming, and as I mentioned, we're scrambling to create other attractions like these inflatable water slides, which are not ideal, and we're wanting to replace those with permanent attractions because inflatable water slides in the Oklahoma wind is not easy, and so having a permanent feature, we know that will make an impact. But also we know that, for example, on our zip line, there's high demand, but we can only do 30 people an hour. So to be able to go up to 250 an hour on a new feature, we know that will be successful for us. So we'll provide additional information, but I just wanted to underscore that this is something we've been looking at for some time.
Is there a feature like this in the metro area?
I'm sorry?
Is there a feature like this in the metro area?
No, this would be the first one in Oklahoma. Again, the idea of being able to surf in Oklahoma, we think has a strong marketing opportunity as well.
I'd like to see the numbers as Councilwoman Hamon was talking about in comparison to some of those other places that offer the Flow Rider, what that looks like as far as numbers, and maybe that's something that was already brought up, but I'd like to kind of see in comparison what that looks like too.
Mayor, with the knowledge that this will be back in front of us here in probably another 30 days and we'll have additional information again, can I go ahead and make the motion to approve item BH1? Thank you.
We have a motion and a second for item BH1. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes 8-1. And Councilwoman Hamon, I know you wanted to also talk about BH2.
Yes, when I was reading the memo on this, I just had a few other questions because I wanted to clarify what some of the pieces were. Is the new infill panels at platform railings, is that where the yellow mesh is currently? Is it being replaced with something permanent?
Yes, David Todd, MAPS Program Manager. Yes, that's exactly what that is.
Okay, because I've had a lot of people ask me questions about that, so I just wanted to confirm that so I can communicate that is now in the process of getting bid out and installed.
There'll also be some bumpers added to the stops because we've had some cars running into some of the platforms, so that'll help protect those.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much.
Okay. Moving on to, we have a presentation for items BM1 and 2.
Yes, so Jason Cotton is here with ADG, going to make a presentation on the site locations for Wellness Center 3 and Wellness Center 4 from the MAPS 3 program.
Good morning. Jason Cotton, Director of Program Management Services for ADG. We're the program consultant for MAPS 3 for the MAPS office. So thank you for having us here this morning. The presentations that we brought with us today, we actually presented to both the Senior Health and Wellness Subcommittee and the Citizens Advisory Board last month, and so we've been through this a couple of times, and so I'm going to do my best to get through these quick. I have to admit that while we were preparing for this, it occurred to me like how potentially painful this would be if I had really bad or grim news to share with you, but thankfully we don't this morning. We have a lot of good news. We have arrived at a couple of sites for these two projects, and so we're super excited to bring those here to you for your consideration. I will say before we get further into the presentation that these sites do come forward with the full recommendation of both the Senior Health and Wellness Subcommittee and the Citizens Advisory Board. So there's really a couple of stories I think that we want to try to tell here this morning. One is it seems like an appropriate time to pause and just kind of take stock and kind of where we've been, kind of where we're at today, and then how we see these projects moving forward. I think the other thing, and this is particularly pertinent for Wellness Center number 3, is that obviously there's been some dialogue or there was some dialogue in the community regarding the location of this Wellness Center, and so I would commend the City of Oklahoma City and the staff at the MAPS office for really calling a timeout and stepping back and looking at this and seeing how they could better locate this facility. So I think that's kind of an overarching theme that we want to cover today too. So just a little bit of history on Wellness Center number 3. So the subcommittee identified some preferred areas for this facility. And so once those were identified, the city and the MAPS office sent out an operator request for qualifications. As you all know, Langston University was selected as that operator. So we went through that process. We also went through a selection of our architect and engineer for the project. So Hornbeck Blatt Architects has been selected for Wellness Center number 3. And then in December of last year, we actually started our first community meeting, which we talked a little bit about the potential site for Wellness Center number 3, and then also kind of what the schedule looked like. And so it was kind of at that meeting that we started to have this kind of increased dialogue with the community about where they felt like the best location for the facility might be. And so that, again, as I said, that's kind of where we took a pause and kind of reconsidered the project location. So after that community meeting, we went back. You can see here on the map that I've brought with us, the red area that's shown on this map is the preferred area that is identified in the operator RFQ. And so we went back and looked at basically 18 different sites throughout this area. We included sites, the list of sites that we considered included input from the city as well as the operator, Langston University. And so for each one of these sites, we went back, we looked at all the pertinent demographic data. As you know, we've got 2 senior health and wellness centers that are in operation, and so we feel like we know the data points that are really particularly pertinent to successful operation of these facilities. And so some of these I've listed here on our presentation, but quantity of single-family homes, population in the area, population over 50, mean income, how close it is to bus service, and then also just the health outcomes in the area. So we looked at all of those data points for each one of the sites that you see on this map here this morning. So based on that analysis, of the 18 sites, there's basically 4 that seem to rise to the top, and so you see those 4 sites identified here on this map. So Site 3 at Northeast 36th and North Lincoln Boulevard, Site 7 at Northeast 58th Street and MLK, Site 6 at I-44 and MLK, and then Site 9 at Northeast 36th Street and MLK. And so again, when these sites rose to the top, you know, these are some of the things that we considered when we looked at these sites, what caused them to rise to the top. So obviously community input, the operator input, the demographic data that I previously mentioned. And then also we went through a process, as I mentioned, we have Hornbeck Blatt on board as our architect for this project. And so there's a certain amount of this process that just involved looking at each one of the sites and trying to figure out, is there room on the site to do the program that we feel like we need to do for this facility? And so we've kind of looked at these 4 sites kind of in a little bit more detail and gone through that process a little bit. So my clicker has died. There we go. And so based on all that analysis and that dialogue, we have, as I said, we have arrived at a site. So site number 3 at Northeast 36th Street and North Lincoln Boulevard is the one that we have arrived at. We believe that the program for Wellness Center number 3 is about a 5-acre footprint, and obviously you can see this site is much larger. There's a little bit of topographic relief on the site, so it makes it really good from a development perspective. It has great access to public utilities. There is a bus stop immediately adjacent to the site, right on the northeast corner of North Lincoln and Northeast 36th Street, so that's great for the facility. And then obviously with the Northeast grocery store conversation that's been going on, there's a lot of potential synergy between the site and that adjacent facility. And so we think that's another reason why this is a great location for the project. So that's kind of where we're at, and so kind of where we're moving forward. We have issued a notice to proceed on a preliminary report to Hornbeck Blatt Architects, and so that was this month. We feel like we will likely be bringing back a preliminary report for approval in February of next year. That would put final plans in front of council for approval probably end of summer and around July. We would be then bid in the fall, and then fall of 2020, and then finish construction in December of the following year. So about a 12-month construction process. So that's really all I have on Wellness Center number 3. So there's another presentation similar in nature for Wellness 4. So I don't know if we should stop and take questions now before I go on to it, but that's the information we wanted to present this morning. So.
Oh, well, first of all, good morning, and I think we are all excited about the process and now coming to a place where we can call Northeast Wellness Center. And I want to give a special thank you to our seniors that are a part of the Lincoln Center on Martin Luther King, because they were very adamant about where they wanted to enjoy themselves, and that's why this process paused, because of those seniors. So thank you to those seniors. The process included us going and touring Wellness Center number 1. We had a bus trip, and we also had a bus trip to Wellness Center number 2. We also sat down again, and those seniors said, this is what we want in our center, this is what we do not want in our center, and these are the places that we think should be looked at for us to enjoy our senior center. And that's why we went back to the drawing board with the city and our maps department and all of our architects. So we are very grateful. And when we presented this to our seniors, and they also understood that we're going to get a grocery store on that same piece of property, that this will be a true wellness campus, to say the least. We're excited about what's coming for Northeast Oklahoma City, especially for our seniors. And there's a lady I think of that comes to mind, and she said her father, he's going to be 100 next year, and he's a veteran, and she said, we need a place for my dad. And I said, please make sure your dad is hanging around with us at least through December 2021, so he can be one of the first people to step in and enjoy. And those are the stories that we expect to hear more of when it comes to our Senior Wellness Center. And again, this has been a long road to get here, many years to get to Wellness Center number 3, but we are very grateful for what is coming for our seniors in Northeast Oklahoma City. So I just wanted to make mention of that process. And again, thank you to all of our seniors who decided to take the initiative. They showed up at the Senior Wellness Subcommittee meetings. They made their requests known. They showed up at the Citizens Advisory Board meetings and let their requests be known. And they continued to call our office. They continued to call the MAPS 3 office. And that's what we need. We need engagement from our community. So they are extremely happy with the process, and they are also understanding what this process is when it comes to being able to make these types of decisions. So again, thank you to all that were involved, especially to our seniors who will enjoy this future Senior Center number 3.
All right. So now we've got a presentation, similar presentation on Wellness 4.
Yeah, so I should be able to go through this one even faster since it's kind of similar in nature. So again, we have arrived at a site for Wellness 4 as well. And so I've kind of chosen the same kind of buckets to kind of walk you through. Again, it seems like an appropriate time to kind of stop and kind of take stock in where we're at and kind of where we're headed. So again, similarly to Wellness Center number 3, the subcommittee did identify 2 preferred areas for Wellness Center number 4. And so you see those shown in red on the map here that we've brought with us this morning. We've also placed Wellness Center number 1 and Wellness Center number 2 on this map, so you can kind of see how all of these relate to one another. So we did, just like Wellness Center number 3, we went through an operator RFQ, and as you all know, YMCA of Greater Oklahoma City was selected as the operator, and so we've got them on board right now. We also went through an A&E selection process, just like Wellness Center number 3, and so we've selected GSB architecture for Wellness Center number 4. So last summer, there was some conversation from the subcommittee, or at the subcommittee level, about potentially where the appropriate site would be for Wellness Center number 4. And so, again, we kind of went back to the drawing board and kind of thought about where might be the appropriate place to put Wellness Center number 4. And so we looked at basically 15 different sites. Just like Wellness Center number 3, the potential sites included input from not only the City of Oklahoma City, but also the operator. And so we had a lot of conversation with them. Just like Wellness Center number 3, we looked at all of the data that we felt was pertinent to the performance of the Wellness Center. And so you can see that these are all the same data points that we just spoke about. We did consider one other thing, and that's the operator business model. As you know, the YMCA of Greater Oklahoma City has a pretty significant facility at Earlywine Park in South Oklahoma City. And so there was a kind of another level of complexity that Wellness Center number 4 presents in terms of the YMCA and where they provide services to the citizens in that area of town. And so you can see this is basically the area I think that's been referred to previously as kind of near northwest Oklahoma City. And so you can see this is one of the 16 sites that were considered. It was actually a site that was brought forward during the operator selection process. And so the YMCA looked at that site with us a little bit and for various reasons decided that that was maybe not the best location for their facilities. You can see here, this is the kind of the preferred area number 2, so this is in South Oklahoma City. You can see that there's another 15 sites down in this area of town that were considered. Again, we looked at all the demographic data, the health outcomes in the area, as well as the YMCA's operator business model. I think one thing that I would like to underline for you here is operator business model sounds very fiscally oriented, and what I would remind everyone of is the fact that the YMCA they're a nonprofit agency, they're an asset for our community. Their business model is really to support the citizens of Oklahoma City. And so what I'm trying to say is that things that are good for the YMCA's business model are good for the citizens of Oklahoma City. And so that's why we kind of looked at that data point. So based on all that information, we did arrive at a site, Site 16. And so it's just south of the intersection of Southwest 134th Street and Southwestern Avenue. It's about 10 acres. There is a little bit of topographic relief on the site. The YMCA has confirmed that they feel like this is compatible with their business model in South Oklahoma City and will allow them to provide services to a greater number of Oklahoma City citizens. It provides them a little bit of separation from their existing services, and as you can see on the aerial photograph that we've brought here of this site, there is a nice water feature on the back of the property, so we're hoping that GSB can figure out a way to incorporate that into the design and make use of it. So I will tell you the Wellness 3 and Wellness 4, the way that they have tracked it, almost by sheer coincidence, they are going to closely parallel one another. We feel like Wellness Center number 4 is basically going to follow Wellness Center number 3 by a month, and so I've provided all the same dates that we did with Wellness number 3, but you basically just shift everything 1 month, and so we would be back with a preliminary report to council in probably March of next year, final plans to council late summer. We would bid in the fall, and then Wellness Center number 3, we had proposed that construction went in around December of 21, and so we think Wellness Center 4 would open probably in the first of the year, so January of 22. And so with that, again, same kind of conversation, but that's kind of where we ended up on Wellness Center number 4. So if there are any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them, or David, my counterpart here.
Well, it's exciting to see investment. Sometimes, David, we hear from your constituents that they don't feel like they see the same level of investment in far South Oklahoma City, Cleveland County, and it's exciting to see that happening here.
Yeah, this is, so the past several census, we continue to see Ward 5 as the fastest growing area behind Ward 8, Mark. And there are new homes being built all the time. The demand for this is great. And what's nice is that while there's not a lot of activities down there. This will certainly serve a large population, and I have no doubt that it'll be very successful and hopefully will challenge the first MAPS 1 Senior Wellness Center in terms of usage. I just believe it will. You know, it's interesting that the initial site that they were looking at was along Early Wine Park, and I'm so grateful that this alternative site was located, because despite having approximately, 35, 40 acres at Early Wine, we are out of space. I mean, that park is used every square inch of it. And so this would have just put additional pressure on that park. And the east side of Ward 5 will certainly appreciate this. And it's in a great area. It truly is. And the population just continues to grow out there. It's right along a major connection to between Oklahoma City, the city of Norman, and again, the population just continues to grow very quickly out there. Thank you very much.
And as you noted, near Northwest was considered, but that is clearly, with the placement now of all four centers, a bit of a geographic hole where there's a lot of population that aren't immediately served by a center nearby, and that's where we hope MAPS 4 steps in. And we think that with that fifth center, we can kind of make sure that the major population centers of the city have ready access to a senior center.
David?
Yeah.
Real quick comment, see if I'm on the right track. Is there not a senior wellness center in the plans from MAPS 4?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, clear on that.
Yeah.
So we've still got another one to come.
Right, and we feel, though it is not stated in the resolution, it is stated that we will evaluate where the geographic gap is, and I think it's obvious that that's near Northwest. We have a citizen who has signed up to be heard on this item, John Pettis.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. John Pettis, 1332 Northeast 54th Street, Oklahoma City. 10 months ago, the council was presented with a petition concerning the proposed Senior Wellness Center number 3's location. At that meeting, council member Mize assured the committee that their concerns would be considered. I'm here today representing the same group of residents to thank Councilwoman Nice, David Todd, Kathy O'Connor, Brent Bryant, Dr. Cecilia Robinson, Langston University, the operator of Senior Wellness Center number 3, City Manager Freeman, the Senior Wellness Subcommittee, the MAPS Committee, Mr. McDaniel Chairman, and the selection of the Northeast 36 location. This is the best location for the center. It will not only serve Ward 7, but has the potential to draw participant members from not only Ward 7, but Ward 2 and Ward 6. This is a great location. Thank you, Ms. Nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments on these items? If not, we'll move on. We still have Councilman Griner, you wanted to talk about BP.
BP, yes. This is a memorandum of understanding with the Oklahoma City Disc Golf Association. I just wanted to recognize them as being a good partner with the Parks Department. They added a whole new course out at DeLisi Park a few years ago. I know they've updated things at Will Rogers Park, and so now I think that this is going to be updating the older course at DeLisi. So I just wanted to recognize them as being partners.
All right. Well, that concludes all the items on the consent docket that anybody wanted to talk about, or any presentations. So I would certainly entertain a motion to adopt all the items except for the one previously adopted. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, moving on to the concurrence docket. We have items A through K that we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Moving on now to item 9, items requiring separate votes on page 24 of your printed agenda. Items A are ordinances on final hearing that were recommended for approval at the Planning Commission. Item 9A1 is at 8501 South Air Depot Boulevard, going from PUD 1047 to PUD 1729. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. Francis, has anyone signed up? I attended a neighborhood meeting on this project. There were a couple of questions, but overall it went really well. It was recommended unanimously by the Planning Commission. So with that, I would move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A2 is at 8101 Silver Crossing, going from PUD 806 to PUD 1731. Councilman Greiner.
This had staff approval. It was also planning commission approval. This is kind of a big deal. I think the applicant's here. Can you kind of give a little bit of rundown of what all is going to go on in the PUD? Because it's got three different tracks, and
yeah, David
I don't
Box.
have any issues with it, but it's just so we know exactly what's actually going to go on.
Sure. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This application is for a PUD that is currently in a PUD that allows a significant amount of multifamily. Prior to the Planning Commission, my client did go out and meet with the neighborhood, explain what we're doing. What we seek to do to this PUD is more of a light office, light industrial. There is a drainage channel along the western side of this site, so it allowed us the opportunity to create a third tract. We actually call it Tract 1, but it runs along the entire western boundary, somewhere between 95 and 85 feet. And so within the PUD in Tract 1, we have basically held that out as open space. So it provides them a significant buffer through this PUD. And so at the Planning Commission, there was, I think, one individual that came that had questions about the ability to have restaurants. We dealt with that through the PUD, through shared drives and otherwise. And as you mentioned, it was recommended unanimously by Planning Commission. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I think that big buffer in Tract 1 is going to make it where it doesn't have an impact on the single-family neighborhood to the west. So, Dave, I assume nobody signed up? Okay, I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A3 was deferred. 9A4 is at 2944 Southwest 8th Street, going from R1 to SPUD 1139. Councilwoman Hamon.
Yeah, so this is an event center and RV park, and I would just ask the applicant to come on up and just kind of talk about what they're doing. Francis, did we have anyone sign up to speak? Okay. Yeah, I'd just like to just kind of share with council kind of what's going on and let them know what's.
Good morning. Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road, on behalf of the applicant. This is a spud that is on the south side of the river, just west of May, between 8th and 9th. It is a small event center with a campground-style lodging that's provided by Airstream. So it's a glamping concept that's adjacent to the river, if you've heard of that concept, that'll bring people to the kind of outdoor life along the south side of the river and take advantage of the walkability along the river as well. We think it'll be a great event center in addition to this area, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, no, thank you. I just wanted to have council get to see a little bit about kind of what this will look like. This is somewhat close to the stockyard, so I think there will be an interesting, hopefully, connection along the river trail there to just kind of help encourage the area and bring folks to the stockyards. So with that, I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A5, 4901 Northeast 122nd Street, going from CHC to SPUD 1142. Councilwoman Nice.
Is there an applicant or representative present?
Yes.
All right.
I represent Cracker Barrel Country Store. Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm here to answer any questions. It's owned by Pilot, which is directly behind us. It's a wooded area that we're going to turn into about an additional 30 to 35 parking spots for the unit. So we just need that SPUD approval so we can turn that into the extra lot to give us extra parking for our guests.
Well, that means business is booming.
Business is booming.
All right, we're excited about that. With that, I move for approval.
All right, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. Thanks. 9A6 is at 6900 South Walker, going from R1 to SPUD 1143. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an approval basically for a sign at the Oklahoma City County Health Department located there on South Walker. Francis, anyone sign up to speak? Thank you. With that, I'd move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A7, 12001 Northwest Expressway, going from SPUD 638 to SPUD 1144. Councilman Greiner.
Yeah, this is to allow a bank out on Northwest Expressway and Piedmont Road. Has staff approval, unanimous planning commission approval. So I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A8, 2313 Northwest 178th Street, going from PUD 1138 to SPUD 1145. Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is an ordinance on final hearing. It's for a permit for commercial development. The Planning Commission heard this on August 22nd, 2019, and it met with its approval. I'm not aware of any protest at this time, so I move for the approval of the item.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9A9 is at 17645 North Pennsylvania Avenue, going from R1 to SPUD 1146. Councilman Stonecipher.
Yes, this rezoning ordinance is to permit a child care center. It was heard by the Planning Commission on August 22nd, 2019. Met with their approval. I'm not aware of any protesters, so I'd move for its approval at this time.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A10 was referred back to planning at the beginning of the meeting, which brings us to 9A11. This is at 2100 Northwest 145th Street, going from PUD 32 to SPUD 1150. Councilman Stonecipher.
This is a busy day. This is a ordinance on final hearing to rezone a permit for a drive-through coffee shop. It came before the Planning Commission on August 22nd, met with approval. There are no protests, so at this time I'd move for the ordinance's approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9B is an ordinance on final hearing with no recommendation from Planning Commission. This is at 9521 Southwest 15th Street, going from AA to PUD 1734. And Councilman McAtee, we have quite a few people who have signed up to speak on this item.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. This zoning case has an interesting history that you're going to be involved with as the presentation goes on. It is a land use case. The applicant wanted to go from vacant AA land to R1 land. I intervened and got the developer to withdraw the R1 zoning and apply for a PUD, and the PUD is what we'll be evaluating today. The PUD, I felt, would offer the neighbors the ability to add restrictions and have some input into the development direction. So that being said, I'd like to call the applicant up to have you, David, if you would, present in detail what it is that you're wanting to accomplish.
Yeah, good morning. Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. As the councilman said, it's a bit of an interesting history. I did not get involved until recently after it had gone to Planning Commission the second time. One of the councilman's requests to go back to Planning Commission was to have a PUD. One of the problems we have in Oklahoma City with straight zoning is there is no way to come to commitments from a developer and have them be enforceable by the city unless it is by a PUD. Because a PUD is passed by ordinance, all the commitments made are passed by ordinance, therefore become law and are able to be enforced by the city. And so what we have now is a PUD that is an R1 base. And so I believe most of the, Cindy, could you go back one more slide? Most of the people you're going to hear from in protest live in the neighborhood to the west. I think it's important to look at what that neighborhood is. It is zoned R1. If you look at what our PUD is, after we have negotiated, we have an R1 application that is more restrictive than traditional R1. What my client did was negotiate against himself and come up with what he believed to be a reasonable solution to concerns raised by the neighbors. What I'd like to do briefly is read the amendments into the record of the PUD. There was some confusion with some of the neighbors as it relates to what the PUD that's going before you today is compared to what went to Planning Commission. What gets submitted on the city's website is actually the original version of the PUD rather than the version we submitted last Friday to the city. What you're going to hear, what will require an amendment, are the amended versions. So first, section 8.1, there was some concern that what we were seeking to do was develop something more dense than what single family would allow. As you know, single family residential has a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. So out of an abundance of caution, we have added language that says minimum lot size shall be 6,000 square feet. My client doesn't seek to vary anything within R1. He wants to develop an R1 neighborhood. Next is section 9.1, and that deals with facade regulations. It's worth noting that the city's current code does not really have facade regulations. The only way to get commitments on a better product is through a PUD. In this PUD, my client has committed to a minimum of 95% brick or stone and no more than 5% engineered composite wood products, engineered wood products, et cetera. And so this is a significant increase from what the city code would require. Section 9.4 deals with fencing and screening, and what we say is a 6-foot site-proof fence shall be required to be built on each lot prior to a certificate of occupancy being issued on said lot. Said fence shall be solid and opaque and may be constructed of wood. The intent being that at the end of development of this site, that the entirety would be fenced in. And so to make that point clear, the next paragraph reads, upon completion of development within this PUD, said fence shall surround the boundary of the PUD along the western boundary of the PUD within the first 15 feet as measured from west to east. All 4-inch caliber trees shall remain. There was a lot of concern that there are some trees on site and what would happen to those trees. It's worth noting that the city's current code does not have any provisions as it relates to tree preservation. It would be a very difficult task for cities to have a code as it relates to tree preservation. If you can imagine, the city would have to have some form of a survey that identified all the trees that exist. Currently, the land disturbance permits that are issued don't talk about trees. And so, but here, the first time I've ever seen this, an applicant is willing to commit to certain tree preservation. Again, it's the first 15 feet. They will keep all 4-inch caliper trees. Now, it shall not prohibit the developer from removing trees that are already dead or die for reasons unrelated to the development of the PUD. In the event that a 4-inch caliper tree is removed that is not dead, the developer shall be required to replace the removed tree with a new tree on a caliper for caliper basis. So if for some reason a 4-inch or greater tree has to be removed, the developer is committed to go buying a new tree on the same exact caliper basis to replace somewhere else in the development, so that it would be a total net wash on the trees. Second, storm shelter, section 9.21. As part of the development of the PUD, a community storm shelter shall be required to be built by the developer. There's been some questions on the size of that. I think it's worth noting that first, I've never seen anybody be required to build a storm shelter. He's willing to commit to that. This is an OFA project, and so he will build that storm shelter to whatever the size is that OFA requires. There have been some additional questions dealing with traffic and drainage. You know, in traffic, the staff report commented on it in that all departments get copies of these applications. And it's my understanding that the staff commented with no adverse comments as it relates to traffic. 15th Street there is a 4-lane major arterial as designated in the comp plan. So I don't believe staff had any concerns with the ability to carry the traffic that's anticipated that this development would generate. As it relates to drainage, we have had the misfortune perhaps in Oklahoma City in this part of the state of having massive rain events over the last several years. And one of the things that developers can't design to and engineers can't design to are historic rain events that exceed the capacity of a 100-year rain. This is the zoning case. There will have to be a plat that comes after. The platting phase is when we will deal with the specific design of drainage. But I can tell you, whatever the city requires through its Public Works Department is what we will have to meet. Whatever the state requires is what we'll have to meet. And so we will meet or exceed all drainage requirements. I talked to Mr. Wenger last week. He confirmed that his staff will require us to meet and exceed all drainage type requirements. Additionally, we can't get into those level of details until we have a plat before us. The plat stage is when we will have finished floor elevations, detailed drainage studies, and all of those things will be submitted to staff. You will have your staff reviewing them from an engineering basis. Finally, there was a question about no HOA. There will be an HOA. This is a neighborhood that will be an HOA neighborhood. All common area will be platted and be required to be maintained by the HOA. So we think that the concerns about what will happen in long-term maintenance are not well-founded. It will work the same way as every other neighborhood in the city that has common area platted that's owned and maintained by the HOA. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I want to stress that really what we have here is the merits of a rezoning case, that being a more restrictive R1 next to R1. This is urban low intensity. It is fully compliant with the comprehensive plan, and we would ask for your approval. And we do need to delete the 2 TEs that exist, one of which deals with a connection to the neighborhood to the west that they very much don't want us to connect. My client is fine with no connection, so we would ask you delete the 2 TEs. The other deal with a stream bank issue. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Restate, if you would, the connectivity aspect, because that's one of the key parts of the whole proposal.
That's right. So the city has a policy as it relates to connectivity, and one of the technical evaluations is asking that the PUD be amended to require connection to Sundrop Place. Sundrop Place is a street that exists in the neighborhood to our west and has a street stub. The neighbors do not want that connection, and we are fine to not connect if it's the will of the council, but we need the TE deleted to be able to do that.
So the PUD has removed that connectivity?
Yes, sir.
And there will be no connectivity?
Correct. Now, we will still have to get a variance from the subdivision regulations at the time we go to Planning Commission, but that is not a matter that will come before the council.
Thank you, David. That being said, Mayor, what I'd like to do, I think, if the council would have any questions, you may ask him now, or we'll have the citizens come up and you can have a chance at the end to ask questions.
We'll start with the citizens. Kayla Lloyd. And Kayla, if you'd state your name and address and keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less.
Okay. My name is Kayla Lloyd, and I'm at 1512 Sunnybrook Lane, Oklahoma City. And
yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I don't really like being first on this, but that's okay. I am going to present some things pertaining to what was mentioned regarding the neighborhood. I did submit some items, but they failed to get through as they should. And so I do have some items I would like to give to. I just have 2 that you could pass through, and they are maps. And let me find those here. Here's 2 maps that I can bring up, and whoops. Obviously, I don't have it together. Okay. And here's the other ones. Looking for this, okay. So this, who would I give these to? Okay, make sure that's not going to fall. Not having more in the slideshow. The other things that I need to submit here are petitions. We have a large group of Vietnamese in our edition, and they don't speak English. It's been very hard to communicate. We've tried not to leave them out of the process, and many of them live along, if you see that map of the subdivision, Sunnybrook next to that, if you could put that up. Well, there's on that west or east side, that is where we would connect to the PUD, and many of our Vietnamese live on that street. And so these are just petitions that I want to submit at this point, if I can, from them, that we were able to secure all of them that we could meet with. There's about 13 to 16 families, and I probably met with all maybe but 4, and all of them are definitely against the connection. They understand after we found an interpreter and had a meeting that they and were able to converse and found common ground there, and that they do not want the connection. They walk daily, sometimes twice a day. So that connection part is really important. Also, if you look at up on the map, the Sundrop Court goes straight out. If you go up north and then across Bluebonnet Place, it goes straight out to Morgan Road there. And so that's going to be, if that's connected, that would be their only access to Morgan Road, and it would go straight through that area and over. But there is a 3-way infrastructure problem within our neighborhood that we have learned kind of etiquette in dealing with, who goes and who doesn't. There's not a stop sign, a yield sign in that area. And there's often cars parked on the roads in that curve there. So it makes it very difficult to see around there. We feel like that increase in traffic would be very dangerous for our neighbors and for the children that play in the street. We do not have sidewalks, and that's a major concern for us. We were built prior to the master plan. So we can't connect sidewalks, and we're going to have streets coming that have sidewalks or use of that into our neighborhood. They also desire that there be a green belt area with the trees, mature trees. It's kind of natural right there anyway, that the trees they would keep, so they don't just back up to the fence. It sounds like maybe that's, I'm not sure, positive if that's what they're doing, but I know Lance at one point agreed in a meeting if that could be kind of the drainage area, but now that we're keeping the trees, I don't know if that's necessary. One thing I did want to read regarding the streets and neighborhoods from the master plan in the urban low areas, as well as other, is one of the things that said is the character of the street is noticeable, should be a noticeable benefit to the people who live there. So this would not be a benefit to us at all. It would be a safety issue for sure. The other things on those PowerPoints you're looking at.
Kayla, I gave you a couple extra minutes because there was all the passing out, but we're way over 3 minutes now. Is there a kind of conclusion you could make?
Okay, let me just mention that there's traffic issues. That's what I've given to you, and that there are traffic issues within, and then outside I show you also that the Morgan Road and Council intersections with Southwest 15th, we have a lot of trucks from Amazon that's on Council, that's a distribution center, all the way to, there it is, all the way to all the truck stops down there. We have that going through. So with the inclusion and extension of the new, trying to think of what's, the highway, the turnpike, the infrastructure right now is crazy and probably will be for the next year when this is all coming in. The other thing that I would want to present is the Mustang Schools burden on that. That is a corridor that is Mustang School District, and we get none of the sales tax within that to our district, but we get all the kids. And in this large of a subdivision going in along with others that have already been approved on south and even southwest of us, that's going to cause a huge strain. I have the superintendent's email that says that he has serious concerns with the Oklahoma City development of the west side of Oklahoma City and our area included, and that's ongoing meetings have been going on, and he's trying to work with Oklahoma City, but he is concerned about the logistics and the problems that will place. And really, I think that's, the green belt and all that would alleviate some of the things that another neighbor's going to talk about with the environmental issues that are going on that would be between the two and the flooding and all of those things. And I appreciate your concern for the immediate and long-term effects of this PUD on our neighborhoods and schools and city and giving research to this before you approve this today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Davidson. Catherine, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address and keep your remarks to 3 minutes.
Yes. My name is Catherine Davidson. I live at 9601 Bluebonnet Place in Oklahoma City. In the Planning Commission meeting on September 12th, Mr. Wendell agreed to keep 100% of healthy mature trees 4 inches above on the west boundary of the property, which is along Sunnybrook's east side, and 100% of 6 inch and above in the northwest corner across the rest of the property with a 1 inch by 1 inch replacement, as Mr. Box explained. The Planning Commission referred to the Plan OKC, Chapter 2, to preserve mature, healthy trees and incorporate them into the design of new development projects to the greatest extent possible. It stated that if there is 60% or less of existing upland forest cover on the entire site, then the preservation goal is 100%. I thank Mr. Wendell for keeping the coverage of the trees that go along Sunnybrook, as it does protect us from the dust and dirt that flow across this field. And it also protects us from the noise pollution that comes from T-Rex and the oil well that's on the other side. But we need to recognize the importance of these trees, as they not only have protected Sunnybrook for the last 35 years as the industrial area around us has grown, but they also help the environment. They help decrease the threat to groundwater quality, air quality, flooding, and our ecosystem. This area was designed so that all runoff from Sunnybrook, CRST, T-Rex flow into this field, so much so that if you had a picture of the topographical map, you could see that there's a riparian area and also intermittent streams that have developed on this land. Because of this, we ask that he include the 100-foot step back from the intermittent streams also listed in Chapter 2 of Plan OKC. This buffer would provide multiple benefits related to the natural stream flow and movement, pollution filtration, erosion control, flood control, stormwater infiltration to our highly vulnerable aquifer. By adding these 2 items, Mr. Wendell is not only keeping to what he agreed to in the Planning Commission meeting, but also keeping to Plan OKC and showing that environmentally sensitive areas are worthy of retention and special care. So I ask the City Council today that 100% of 6 inch and above trees across the property to be included with provisions and best management practices to ensure proper tree protection throughout the construction process and maintaining a 100-foot setback from the intermittent streams to be added as part of PUD 1734.
Thank you.
Thank you.
William Sharp.
My name is William Sharp. I live at 1432 Sunnybrook Lane over on the west side of the addition, directly west of the proposed development. I do not believe that this is a good location for houses. Oklahoma City has been trying to improve the quality of life for its citizens some time now. Bricktown and the new Scissortail Park as prime examples. And we've had Arts Council and river sports, everything going on today. But what about quality of life right at your own home? This tract has some serious quality of life issues. There's dust coming from the oil field company and saltwater disposal well to the south anytime the wind is in a southerly direction. It's a 24/7 operation with trucks going in and out of a graveled yard. Even when they try to lessen the dust by spraying down the gravel, the moisture just tracks dirt and gravel out on the roadway. The other morning, the wind was light, and semis coming from the trucking companies to our east had a cloud of dust suspended in the air and drifting slowly north. Dust picked up off the roadway. If you don't believe there's that much debris on the road, check with the city street maintenance department. They have been out there cleaning out the gutters off and on the last couple of weeks. Directly to the north of Terex is Terex. They've had what sounds like a huge fan going for most of the last year. It also goes 24/7. I easily hear it on my side of the addition. There's a constant drone. At night, that's all you can hear anymore. I can't imagine how annoying it would be to have houses that are built even closer. Who here would like to look forward to hosting a party in their backyard with noise and dust, or have their kids playing outside in this environment? And then there are potential flooding issues. I used to farm the land directly across the creek from the southeast from this proposed development. Twice in the 70s, our cotton was flooded and ruined. About 1996, I saw Mustang Creek when it was a 1/2 mile wide on Morgan Road between Southwest 29th and 15th. That's 3 times in my 62 years I know of there have been major floods inside the 100-year floodplain. When this project was previously brought before the council, I said that the 100-year floodplain should be 25-year and the 500-year floodplain should be 100. Since then, I understand the 100-year floodplain has been increased substantially on this piece of land in question. To borrow a cliche, it's almost like I knew what I was talking about. If you're not familiar with the west side of our city, Mustang Creek drains all of the area east of Cemetery Road and south of Yukon onto and including the town of Mustang. All this water goes past Southwest 15th at the southeast corner of this property. The creek drains into the North Canadian River just 1 mile to the east. This is absolutely the worst spot I know of in this area for development, sandwiched between industry and a large tributary. Why Mr. Wendell pursues it is incomprehensible, and why the city doesn't put away their maps and take a real-world assessment, I don't understand. It seems good judgment and common sense have been lost in this lust for money and desire for housing. I was showing a local developer around our farm a couple weeks ago at 29th and County Line and told him about the plan to develop this rent-to-own housing. He just shook his head and said that rent-to-own is a terrible way to get a person into a home, that it lures people in who have a hard time financing a house. They put up good money in escrow and seldom carry through. Today, just please stop this development. Put common sense and good judgment back into the equation when deciding your vote today. Please don't rubber stamp it. And my neighbor John Bigler, whose wife has some serious health concerns at the time, would like it also mentioned that the Planning Commission did not approve this PUD. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Since it was mentioned, there is another aspect to this zoning change that needs to be discussed that wasn't presented earlier. The applicant has applied to OFA for tax credits to build affordable housing. And the way the plan works is somebody moves into the house for 15 years, pays a lease payment. Some of the lease payment goes against the purchase price, and at the end of 15 years, he or she has the option of buying the property. This is a state and federal approved program to provide affordable housing. You may not like it, I might not like it. The arithmetic may be different than what we want, but that's the legal aspect of it. And so there is that component that's involved in this. The houses that will be built on there, correct me if I'm wrong, David, will be subject to lease for 15 years and then purchase. That's one of the plans that Mr. Wendell has.
It is, and respectfully, I believe that is one of the underlying issues that led to the protest. The reason I didn't mention it is because I think it has no relevance whatsoever in your discussion. I think your discussion is limited to the merits of single family next to single family. But yes, Mr. Wendell is planning on doing what you described.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry, at Softwind Avenue, I cannot, Jerry, for the life of me, read your last name.
Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Jerry Sinnard. I'm the longest resident that you'll see here today from the Sunnybrook Addition. I've been here 24 years. We looked at the home when it was new 24 years ago. The realtor and OA GAR pointed out at the field and said, look out here, no one will ever build out here. This is a federal floodplain. We bought the house immediately because of the view. Soon after, water backed up, started backing up into our backyard. We noticed later on, Morgan Road slopes downhill all the way down through our addition. So everything from Morgan Road down to this field, everything slopes into that field down there. So it floods constantly. I've got a lot more, but I only have 3 minutes. I've had water 13 feet up into my yard. It's been 2.5 feet deep up against my fence because everything slopes downward into that field. About probably a week or so ago, I decided, even though I'm got some health issues, I decided to go walk the field because we see all these tributaries, streams, they call them intermittent streams. I figured I could walk through those. So I took off, I opened a place in the back of my fence, and I walked all those streams. You can't see it up there. I walked all the way to T-Rex. And then I started following them back. The north end of our addition always floods. The streets are always curb deep, any kind of rain. The reason being, all the trees at the north end have been allowed to grow, and the city, for what reason or another, have never cleaned out the area. So we flood. Anyway, I walked the streams from the north end at T-Rex as far as the streams would go, which I figured they went into Mustang Creek, but they didn't. They stopped about 25 yards from Southwest 15th Street. But much to my surprise, that whole area that he wants to build is all sand. It was like walking through a beach. I mean, I was surprised. I've lived there 24 years because it's always in crops. I didn't realize it was sand. But I've got photos of it. I sent them, I guess it didn't come. But it's a sandy area. I don't know how you build houses on sand, but I've got a lot to say here today, but I kind of messed up. As was mentioned, these are rent-to-own homes. I started studying this from the day we got the card. I've been to the builders' homes in Duncan and looked at them. I've seen what has happened to those homes. I'm not going to talk about the homes, it's the land that we're talking about right now. The law is the Affordable Housing Act. Was signed into law in 2014. It was amended this year. It takes effect November 1st. Oklahoma County comes into consideration for these tax credit homes. So in 3 weeks, Oklahoma County can get these tax credit homes. Right now, 3 of the counties can't have them, Tulsa, Cleveland, and Oklahoma County. Senator Nichols out of Tulsa put the bill forward and got it passed. So now Oklahoma County can have these homes. Right now, there are about 8,000 homes that we've had built on the west side of town in the past 8 or 9 years. There are so many homes from $130,000 to $1 million. Anyone with any kind of job with a little help from OFA can buy a house out there. If you rent one of these homes for 15 years, I did some math on it, you're going to pay around $175,000 in rent before you have the ability to purchase it in 15 years from now. So if you purchase it, you're going to spend about $500,000 for that home. It just seems to me, why here? Why here? When it floods, we know it's a floodplain. One more thing and then I'll quit. Sunnybrook, our addition at Morgan and Southwest 15th, is the only addition from Morgan Road all the way past I-44. There are no homes from Southwest 15th, I-40, all the way to I-44. It's an industrial area. We're a fluke, this little Sunnybrook edition. So anyway, thank you very much. Those houses don't belong there. I see it. I've been there 24 years. I see what happens with the flooding. I mean, the water is deep in that field. I don't know how you can channel it out of there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jake Roberts.
Hello, my name is Jake Roberts. I live at 1409 Sunnybrook Lane in this edition here. Just before I start, I'd like to let you know I did submit some documentation backing up my claims. Some technical difficulties they didn't wind up making on the agenda, so I do apologize for that, but I do reference them here. Southwest Oklahoma City has seen an absolute explosion of development in recent years. I'm very concerned with the impacts that's maybe having on our environment. The land on which this project is proposed to be constructed is critical to our ecosystem in a multitude of ways. This field, being an environmentally sensitive area, or ESA, according to maps and data in the city's development guide, is considered a recharge area for our highly vulnerable Garber-Wellington aquifer. According to a study from the USGS and OWRB in 2014, the average groundwater level decreased 3.75 feet between 1987 and 2009 and could be at risk of depletion in as little as 35 years. Runoff waters from surrounding areas currently flow across this property in intermittent streams. The water then sits in the 100-year floodplain that encompasses much of its southeast corner. This allows pollutants to slowly filter out through the sand and topsoil layers before the water returns to our groundwater source. This is paramount to our already impaired water bodies' health and the well-being of the people and animals that rely on them for water. If this development is approved, all of this runoff will be rerouted by engineers to flow to Mustang Creek as quickly as regulations will allow. This will discontinue the majority of the infiltration of water back to our already taxed groundwater supply. Pieces of this property are considered riparian areas and are according to the the development guide mentioned earlier, riparian areas are vegetated areas adjacent to streams, lakes, etc. that are a mixture of trees, shrubs, and grasses. These areas are important, as they mentioned earlier, to stream bank erosion, pollution filtration, etc. The development guide specifically states that the city should strive to preserve this habitat for all intermittent and perennial streams, and when possible, maintain or preserve the natural area within the FEMA 100-year floodplain. This includes maintaining the mature population of trees in this floodplain. Oh, in these areas, my apologies. The proposed design of this project completely disregards these objectives. The mitigation hierarchy listed for development in ESAs suggests that avoidance should be explored before anything else. In my submissions for this meeting, I included 3 separate soil surveys, which you won't see, obviously, from the USDA. One shows this entire property listed as prime farmland. According to Green OKC portion of the development guide, 46% of our prime farmland has already been converted to residential use, and another 25% is zoned residential for future development. This same guide also states that conversion of said farmland to other uses should only be done in extreme circumstances. The final issue that I'll bring to your attention is concerning our wildlife in this area. Quite regularly, those of us that live nearby see turkeys, deer, coyotes, Canadian geese, other migratory birds on this property. They're dependent upon this source of water, nourishment, and shelter that we as humans in the area have been voraciously devouring in the past years, in recent years. I've been fishing countless times on Mustang Creek in the past 7 years that I've lived in this neighborhood. And I've noticed that the population of game fish, although mostly healthy, they appear to be smaller than most areas that I've been, and are very responsive to baits that you throw at them. They're on it, I mean, really quickly. With this firsthand experience, coupled with studies that I also provided from the Blue Thumb Project, which is part of the Oklahoma Conservation Commission, leads me to believe that the impacts of runoff from an increasingly developing area surrounding this stream have had a negative impact on the, on the small bait fish population, which is the food for the game fish. These fish and other animals do not get a voice in this matter, so it's up to us to do it for them. I ask as you prepare to cast your votes today that this item be denied or at the very least delayed until these potential effects can be investigated and researched by professionals in their respective fields. If not for us as your neighbors, then for the environment in which we all share. Thank you for your time and dedication to making this beautiful city somewhere we can all be proud to call home.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councilman McAtee, that concludes the citizens who signed up to be heard.
David, do you have any comments you'd like to make before this?
Well, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Again, on the stormwater, whatever your Public Works Department requires of us is what we will have to do. Keep in mind, this is just a decision on whether or not single family is appropriate. Your staff is going to have the ultimate say-so on finished floor elevations, detention, drainage, all of those matters. Those will come at a later time. So, when we talk about preserving trees, there are certain elements of private property rights. I mean, the city doesn't have an inherent right to go preserve land that they don't own. There's a lot of talk at the comprehensive plan. What we have applied for here is squarely in line with the comprehensive plan, which is why your staff recommended approval of it. So we would ask for the approval of the document as amended with my statements and deleting the TEs.
Thank you, sir. Any comments or questions from the council?
Yeah, I have a question. So, David, if an individual wants to purchase a home here instead of rent it, are they allowed, or is it required that they rent?
I think they're required to rent it under the product he's going to implement here.
Okay. And is the term of each lease 15 years? You have to sign a 15-year lease? One year? Okay. Thank you.
One question, David. The lady in the brown, I'm sorry I don't remember your name, but you had one request. Was that covered by your amendments? The request.
What was the request?
The 6 inch.
So we're doing the 4-inch and above.
Okay.
In that western part. Yeah, in the western part, the 4-inch and above with a in-kind replacement.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't do that. I mean, as any developer, they're going to try to retain as many trees as possible. It's an amenity. And if it's in the area in which staff says we can't, being public works staff, then we won't.
Good. So the removal of the connectivity to the neighboring neighborhood, Sunnybrook, that's a recent development? Is that correct?
I believe the neighborhood has always asked that we not connect. It's been my understanding. The reason that it shows up as a technical evaluation is because of the policy that exists. And it's a strange situation in that we are going to put that in the PUD, and yet you as the city council don't have any authority over the subdivision regulations, and so it still is going to require ultimately a variance from the planning commission to the subregs to not connect. But it is my understanding that request by the neighbors to the west has been in place since day one.
Okay.
And we're happy to agree to that.
Good.
That stipulation was put in by me before I even knew about the Vietnamese people who walked in the street, and there was a safety factor for them having the cars from this new neighborhood go through their neighborhood. Taking the connectivity off protects them, and it also solves the traffic problem for the existing neighbors because the cars cannot get there.
Councilman Cooper?
So the Planning Commission passed this unanimously the second go-around, am I understanding that?
There was no recommendation the second time.
One more time?
There was no recommendation the second time.
No recommendation the second time.
So what does that mean? They take a vote?
There was a vote to deny that failed. and then it was asked to just move it on without a recommendation. And again, I wasn't involved. It was what I can't understand is when it came through the first time as a straight R1 application, it was unanimously recommended for approval. And yet this developer negotiated against himself to come up with a more restrictive application, and the Planning Commission was not able to come up with a recommendation.
And so, if I'm just hearing this correctly, there won't be a drive entrance from this development into the neighborhood, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the trees in that area?
Yes, so in the first 15 feet along that western boundary, all trees that are 4-inch caliper or greater will be kept. If any have to be removed, they will have to be replaced on an in-kind caliper basis somewhere else in the development. It's not known what will happen with the majority of the trees outside of that area, but whatever staff, Public Works tells us we have to do based upon drainage, et cetera, is what we'll do. Your question on the connections right here.
Yeah, can you go to the one with the topographic chart? The one that showed yeah, that one, close.
I think it's one more, Cindy.
So I understand replacing them elsewhere, but by their removal, am I understanding this correctly, that by removing some trees there, that it increases the vulnerability when it comes to flooding? Am I understanding that correctly? I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads.
No.
This doesn't work if we all just scream from the pews. I mean,
Councilman,
I
what will
let it
happen
happen once, I
is,
probably shouldn't have. So,
if those trees are removed, presumably it would be because there's going to be structures built there. And so the idea that removing the trees is going to increase the noise level, I think is incorrect, because you're going to have a built environment there that will seek to, reduce the noise level. But if this is in a tributary that Public Works says we can't touch, then we won't touch it. And I don't think it will increase, because your ordinance won't allow us legally to increase the rate of historic runoff. And so if by removing the trees we have increased the rate of historic runoff, your engineering staff will say no. And so it won't increase the rate.
So in effect, what we're deciding today is whether to rezone this,
Yes,
not
sir.
how it will be developed ultimately.
That's right. That will come at the plat phase.
I'm of really two minds. I'm concerned. I'm glad to hear that that we've addressed the, turning into the neighborhood. I'm concerned. I mean, y'all have heard me say this a million times over, so I'm going to sound like beating a dead horse, but I've always been concerned about developing on what was once agricultural parts of our city with new developments. And whoever it was, the resident who spoke earlier, who said that the developer told them many years ago, look out there, nothing will ever be there. Well, they said that to my family back in Midwest City at Southeast 15th and Anderson. And sure enough, not only is there Oakwood East where I live, but Village and Royale. And I don't know how long this is going to keep going. And I really worry about approving this from my end, voting for it, when I don't know how many more times we're going to hear residents say what we just heard that resident say about, oh, nope, they promised us, here's where all the trees and here's where all the grass and your kids can play over here, and don't worry about sidewalks because there's not really going to be cars really around except for yours. So I don't know, I'm really torn on this. I don't know if I'm the only person up here who's torn about this.
The person that said nothing will be built there was a broker. And I appreciate the desire for someone to make a sale, but it wasn't the city, it wasn't this property owner. And I think it's a fair assessment that anytime you have a house or a piece of property next to a vacant piece of property in which you don't own it, that there is a reasonable chance that something will get built there. And the reason that you're seeing this pressure is twofold. You've got all city infrastructure necessary for urban development under the urban low designation in the comp plan. So we've got a street network that supports it, we've got sewer, and we've got water. And so it's in the city's interest, long-term, to have end users paying for that infrastructure that exists out there. So that is where the pressure comes, is all of the urban services necessary for development are in place, which is why staff, through Plan OKC, designated it as urban low, and that's why development then follows, fully compliant with that comprehensive plan. But I understand your philosophical, question and whether or not it's proper. All I can tell you is that under the current framework in Plan OKC, this is what was envisioned.
Give me the definition again of urban low.
Urban low, well, in terms of like density range, it's between 4 and 8 dwelling units an acre. We are on the low end of that in this development.
Who wants to speak? I would probably, Councilman McAtee, do you want to hear from this gentleman?
I think we've
Okay.
heard enough. Has the council heard enough on this? I think we've heard enough, Mayor.
Okay. Everyone who has jumped up to speak had already spoke, and I don't think there's a necessity for that, yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right, Councilman McAtee?
Okay, is there any comments or questions for the council, from the council? Seeing then, we have some housekeeping to proceed. It's not a normal vote. Francis, the first thing that we need to do is to delete the TEs, is that correct? Or do the amendment?
Motion for the amendment.
Okay. Can we take one motion for all the amendments? If that fails, then we can't go any further. So a vote no for the amendment thing will end it. That's the way to get your no vote out. You with me? So we need a motion for the amendments. And if there's no motion,
do you make that motion?
Well, I wasn't gonna, but.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right, I'm with you. Well, then, okay, is there a motion for amendments?
This is a motion to approve the amendments. So moved. Second. And a second. Any comments or questions?
I'm unclear. Are you making this? Are you going to vote for this motion?
I'm going to vote for it.
Okay. All right. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion to adopt amendments? Is that what this was? Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes. She's here.
We took away your ability to vote.
Well, we'll just, you're wishing
That's a no.
to vote yes? Yes. Okay. All right, so passes 8-1. Hey, we got it fixed. All right.
Okay, so the amendments have passed. Okay, so now what's next on our list? The TEs?
Yes.
Okay. I need a motion and a second to delete the TEs.
I don't think you need a motion for the TEs. I think now it's just a motion to approve the amended PUD without the TEs.
Yes, normally you move to approve it with the TEs, but if you just move to approve it without the TEs, there won't be any TEs.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve it with the TEs?
You can make these motions, Lynn.
I'll make that motion. Without the TEs.
All right, so this is a motion now to approve item 9B with the TEs as amended. Without the TEs, as amended. Okay. There was a motion, was there a second? Yeah, okay. We got a motion and a second, discussion.
No, I just needed clarification of what, this is with the TEs.
Without.
His motion is without the TEs.
For example, one of the TEs was the connectivity. That's already been taken care of. It's in.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay. Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes 8-1.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving on now to 9C. This is an ordinance on final hearing. This was recommended for approval, closing a portion of the right-of-way of North Walnut Avenue south of Northeast 2nd. Councilwoman Nice.
Is there anyone signed up for this, Ms. Francis? All right, with that, I'll move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Councilman Cooper. What? If you could activate your machine one way or the other. This is on item 9C. When you voted no, you didn't get it back to green.
Oh, sorry.
Got it. Passes unanimously. Okay. 9D, E, and F are all related. This was something we received a presentation on 2 meetings ago. This is updating our municipal ordinances regarding intoxicating beverages. These would be the third of 3 meetings on these 3 items. First up is 9D. This is an ordinance on final hearing relating to amusements of the municipal code, etc. So I would be seeking or entertaining a motion to adopt the ordinance changes. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. As I said, 9E is similar. It's also an ordinance on final hearing relating to alcoholic beverages. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9F, again, related, ordinance on final hearing relating to parks, recreation, cultural affairs, but all under the rubric of intoxicating beverages. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we are on 9G. This is a public hearing regarding an ordinance related to the zoning and planning code. The long descriptor here can be summed up as this related to cell towers in design districts.
Yes.
This was presented on at the last meeting, as you may recall, and introduced for final consideration at a future meeting. Today is merely the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak under this public hearing portion? Seeing none, I'll move on to 9H. This is an ordinance to be introduced and set for public hearing October 22nd. Potential final adoption November 5th. Relates to sewer and sewage disposal, etc. And I believe we have a presentation. This will be the first of 3 meetings on this topic.
Yes, Brett Weingart is here. He's our Assistant Director for the Utilities Department. He's going to give us a quick presentation on this and explanation.
Mr. Mayor and council members, the item before you is so that we can put in the city code the fees and charges for the provision of treated wastewater service for power generation cooling to the Redbud facility north of town, fed from the North Canadian Wastewater Treatment Plant. Historically, these types of contracts for service have had the fees and charges in the contracts, but not in the city code. So we're modifying our practice to have those codified in the city code, and that's what this is really about. What we do is we extend the Oklahoma City water supply when we make possible the ability to take treated wastewater and have it be used for beneficial purposes, so it puts less pressure on other water supplies that could then be available for drinking water. And that's what that's about.
And we had already approved the agreement with OG&E.
Correct. Yeah,
that agreement's already been approved by Aquid and the city, and now this is just going to change that and put those rates in the code.
Yes, as we bring those forward over time and make modifications, we'll be bringing those into the city code.
Great.
Any questions for Brett? Well, I would entertain a motion to introduce the ordinance for consideration. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. As previously stated, there'll be a hearing on October 22nd and a potential final vote on November 5th. Now we come to 9I1. This is a public hearing regarding the dilapidated structures here listed, items A through C. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? Come forward. State your name and address, if you would.
Vicki Van Stavern. I'm at 601 Hollowdale in Edmond, and I own the property at 1100 South Robinson. 2 weeks ago, we were here. This property was badly damaged during the storm the end of August, and subsequently, the second floor had to be taken down. As we mentioned then, we have made our submission to the Downtown Design Review in order to proceed with this project. That was made on September 16th. It will be November 11th, I believe, Chris, that the Scenic River Overlay Committee will actually look at that. Right now, it's under administrative review. And so I'm asking you to defer until after we receive our report back from the design committee. Also, Councilwoman Nice, I would like to have a private meeting with you and show you what we're doing, if we could do that.
Elaine Nelson Lewis, Development Services. It was up last council meeting and it was deferred. So we have spoke with the citizen, and we're working with her.
Okay. With that, I would like to go ahead and consider deferring until we get the submission and the Downtown Design Review has been able to make a decision. So I'm willing to do that, and I know we'll continue to work with you in the process. So with that, I'll ask that we defer, and it's whenever the meeting is after that November 11th date.
Correct, the 19th.
So I move that we defer until November the 19th, and in the meantime, if you'll just get in contact with Ms. Debbie, we'll set that up, discuss further.
Thank you.
Oh, our meeting, oh, okay. Okay, got it. Got a motion and a second to defer item 9IB to November 19th. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. The item is deferred. We're back on 9I1A and C. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on those items? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found at 9I2 declaring that the structures are to be torn down. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9J1, public hearing regarding unsecured structures here listed, except for the ones that were stricken at the beginning of the meeting. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on any of these unsecured structures? David Box on item I.
Yes, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I represent the individual that bought this home at a tax sale. We have a situation in which somebody is living in the home, and we have filed a lawsuit in quiet title. We cannot take any actions necessary to remove the person and/or secure the structure until the district court weighs in on that. We've got various pleadings that we've filed. We've had some very random pleadings filed by other people that claim an interest in this, and so we would love to go secure it right now. We don't believe legally we have the right to do so until the court tells us to do so. So what I'd ask, if the council is willing, is to defer this some amount of time. We're quite confident we're going to end up entitled to this, and so my client has an interest in keeping away as many liens as possible while we deal with this, but any level of deferment would be very much appreciated. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on it.
So what happens if we secure it? Does that get in the way of any legal proceedings?
It doesn't get in the way, it just adds, you will do it at a cost, and it will be additional fines and liens that are put on the property that ultimately my client would have to bear.
Your client who owns like a bunch of dilapidated properties in the city?
No.
At least 5 that I've looked up. So
Not this entity. This is a home builder.
3 Jacks LLC is listed on the county record.
Well, if he does, it's not that I'm aware of. He goes and develops raw land.
I saw that too, but I also saw a number of what I assume are tax sale properties that are all in bad shape, that are on that same LLC on the county records.
Well, I have no knowledge.
So I get frustrated that there's a home in my ward that has some level of unsecured nature, and that they haven't taken care of it by now. So I guess that my question is, if we go and secure it, what does that mean? It looks like there's a fair amount of trash. Like, what does that cost? Do we have an estimate or a guess?
We have not gotten an estimate on the cost. If we secure it, the liens would be placed on the property. Also, it would put it on the abandoned list, so if there's any fires or police response there, we would be able to bill it.
Okay. I honestly would like to keep it there. I think we need to get it secured, and because if there is someone living there, then we need to make sure that it's secured and safe, and I don't mind that being a lien on the property, so that's kind of where I am.
Okay.
I guess the question is, how long has this person owned this property? LLC?
I think we got it at tax sale within the last several months.
Okay, and you're involved in litigation to get this person kicked out.
Yes.
And so if we move forward, there's going to be a lien placed on the property that the new owner, who didn't cause any of this, will have to bear the burden of?
Correct.
And what's that dollar amount?
Bob Teener, Development Services Director. It's really just the accessory, the garage building, and our estimate would be under $500 and then an administrative fee.
Your client paid you more than that to be here today, David.
What's that? Well, I didn't hear it. What?
I said your client paid you more to be here today than that.
Then might have cost them to.
Not necessarily.
Good for you.
Hey.
So.
Okay, so we're still on the public hearing regarding unsecured structures. Is there, I guess we're concluded with that item. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak regarding any of these unsecured structures here listed? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution found at 9J2 declaring that the structures are unsecured. Got a motion and a second? Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay. We're at 9K1, the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for the ones that were stricken, and presumably there might be a motion forthcoming to defer 9K1D. But first, is there anyone who wishes to speak on any of these items? Seeing none, I'd probably entertain that deferral motion first. Got a motion and a second to defer item 9K1D to November 19th. I think that was correct. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. The remaining items at 9K1 could be considered in a resolution found at 9K2 declaring them abandoned. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. That brings us to 9L, the collective bargaining agreement with the Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 123, for fiscal year 2019 to 2020, effective July 1st of this year. Congrats to everybody on both sides for getting this resolved in, if not record time, pretty early time. So I would entertain a motion, I guess, for the agreement. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9M1, this is a resolution directing the city manager to sign the MOU with the FOP to settle the grievance alleging the city failed to pay deputy chiefs and majors. I don't believe we need executive session. No. Got a motion and a second for the resolution found at 9M1. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 9N1 is a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority authorizing the municipal councilor to settle the workers' compensation subrogation claim regarding Alan Wade against Bobby Reimer. I don't believe we need executive session. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We are now at 901. This is a claim recommended for denial. Don't need executive session. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak on this claim? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 10A1 are claims recommended for approval. We have items A through F. I don't believe we need executive session. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. This brings us to item 11, items from council. And we'll probably handle the business before we go around the horseshoe. We'll begin with a public hearing. So this is under items from council, but it's actually following the same procedure as ordinance changes typically do. It is only here because it has been introduced by Councilman Greenwell and Stonecipher. This is the public hearing regarding ordinance relating to the zoning and planning code, amending chapter 59, etc. Let me first, we have several people who've signed up to the public hearing. Councilman Greenwell, Councilman Stonecipher, I know we received an amendment earlier. Do you wish to discuss that first before we hear from
Yeah, let me briefly point something out on that, and I think it'll be helpful. When we discussed this last meeting, or meeting before last, Brian Davis spoke, and one of the things that concerned me were some of the things that he was saying. And so I picked up the phone, or I had Debbie Martin pick up the phone, and call Brian and schedule a meeting. And you know, there's so many times that we have these perceived differences when we're up here on the horseshoe, and when we actually sit down and talk, it's usually just a lack of understanding. And in this case, I think there was a lack of understanding. Under the ordinance, the proposed ordinance, I was focused totally on paragraph 3, while Brian was focused on paragraphs 3 and 7. And going back and looking at paragraph 7, in paragraph 7, we had inserted the term city council in paragraph 7 and should not have. And so Brian and I discussed that. Brian and I discussed some other things that might be helpful to the ordinance to make it more workable and more appropriate for him. And so he then contacted, I think, Eric Groves, and I since then have had phone conversations with Eric Groves, David Box, Janice Powers, Scott Connor, Kenny Jordan, Amanda Carpenter. I called Alan Brown, who, while I was on the horseshoe, returned my call, and we're going to talk later. Scott Cravens and several others. And this weekend, I received, well, it's actually some of it on Monday too, but I received a couple of articles that I read last night, and one of them was from Brian that he wrote. And he concludes in his last paragraph, all in all, my point is simple. Historic preservation is complicated stuff. I agree with that. It cries out for the input, not just from the politicians, but from preservation and planning professionals, as well as from citizens who deserve a say in shaping their city's future. I agree with that statement. The only thing he doesn't mention is, and what David and I have been very concerned about, is the property owner, that person that may be affected most by the action of what they call third-party historic designators. And so I also received an article that's called, When is a Home Suddenly Called Historic? And that was in the Wall Street Journal on Thursday or Friday of last week. And it says, historic designations are becoming controversial as third parties seek landmark status on a home, often against the homeowner's wishes, as a way to block demolition or development of the property. And I'm going to hand this article out to anybody that wants to read it, including Brian, because I think it looks at it from the property owner's perspective. And in this case, the King family, the Kings had to spend $30,000 with lawyers and architects and over a 6-month period to get done what they wanted on their property. And the Wall Street Journal talks about how landowners such as these people are now fighting back with lawsuits claiming that the third party that wanted the landmark designation, that doesn't own the land, tortiously is interfering with the activity on the property. And so I would encourage you to read Brian's article, and I would encourage you to read the Wall Street Journal article. The Wall Street Journal article looks at it from the perspective of the property owner. Brian looks at it from the perspective of a concerned citizen. Both important, both valid, both necessary. And so what Brian and I did was come up with some language to change the ordinance, to hopefully make it where it's more acceptable to him. And that's when it got turned over to Eric, and that's when it got turned over to Kenny. And they have been meeting and refining the ordinance to come up with something that I hope both sides will agree upon, and both sides will want to move forward together. And so I wanted to kind of introduce that we have an amendment to the ordinance. That's something that's common after you have a public hearing, people sit down and talk. That's the nice thing about picking up the phone and talking to someone. You find out what the true differences are and what the understandings are. And in this case, there were some misunderstandings. I think we are working towards fixing them. And with that, I'll turn it over to concerned citizens that would like to speak.
Okay. Looks like Eric wants to go first. Eric, you want to?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I appear today on behalf of Heritage Hills. Bill Carey is with me. Probably have a few words to say to you. I want to express my appreciation to the Municipal Councilor's Office for the time they spent with me and Councilman Stonecipher. Heritage Hills is at a point with this latest revision that we can live with it. Heritage Hills is not here today to object to the central thrust of this amendment, which vests in the City Council the power to initiate designation. We don't object to that. However, I do want to say that in my dealings with the municipal councilor, I've pointed out that this ordinance has a lack of clarity in several respects that may have led to misunderstandings. I think procedurally it needs to be rewritten and clarified. I think some of the terms that are used in the ordinance should be defined. Whenever I say that, Kenny says, well, they are defined in the code, but not in the actual HP part. So you have to go look in the definitions section. I would like to come up with an HP code that is understandable to laymen as well as to lawyers. I'd like to think that folks interested in HP don't need to hire a lawyer to understand the ordinance. But when I discussed all those things, Kenny pointed out that the entire zoning code is going to be under revision. And so that includes this. This is part of Chapter 59. And so all I wanted to urge the council to do today is to consider that when this HP part is rewritten, that a representative of the HP districts, such as me, a lawyer, can participate in that redrafting. What we're looking for is clarity and precision in who can do what and what happens after the designation is initiated. And I think that can be handled on the rewrite. So we just ask for the right to be involved in that as a stakeholder. I think we can make a contribution to a well-written ordinance, but and we're not here to say that those of you who feel strongly about this are in error. You know, the City Council is the ultimate arbiter of this one way or the other. This is the governing body and the only body that has the power to zone. So we're not greatly disturbed by it, but we would like to see a little more precise expression in this ordinance.
I agree with what Eric said, and I hope he's involved and active with the process.
Any
questions?
Welcome, Eric.
Councilman?
I would welcome your involvement. Can I ask you a question? Have you seen this highlighted modification?
I have it in front of me, Councilman.
Does it read clearly to you? Because I have some trouble with it, but that's just me, a non-attorney.
That's what I was with 3 of the municipal councilors yesterday working this out. This is a compromise, Councilman.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's more work to be done on it. It doesn't read as clearly as I would like it to, but I don't want to make, it's just not a hill worth dying for today. So.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just, again, I struggled with some of the terminology and the language in it, but again.
The nice thing, the final hearing isn't until October 22nd. Yeah. And so, for example, I'm going to call Alan Brown and see what his thoughts are and what his input is. So we can make it a better ordinance. We can make it more clear, and we'll continue to work on that until the hearing on October 22nd.
Yeah, and I think both Mark's and my concern is when there's forcible action taken against a property owner. What rights does that property owner have in defense of their property? And that's what we're concerned about. When the property owner wants historic preservation designation, I'm supportive of it. I think everybody up here is very supportive of it, and we hope to see more of that occur. It's just in those unique situations when somebody outside of the property owner tries to force something on it.
Let me respond to that. There is actually protection afforded by state law, and there is a reference in here that we added referring to state law. I'd like to make it clearer, but you know, if the city on its own motion seeks to rezone a piece of property, the statutes provide that the owner of that property can protest it in the same manner as owners within 300 feet of a property can protest it. If the owner of the property protests it, that's a 100% protest, which triggers a supermajority vote on the council. Am I right, Kenny?
Correct.
Yeah. So, I mean, that protection is afforded. I mean, it's a much steeper hill to climb because he's got to get 7 out of 9 to do it. So the owner does have that protection.
Now, let me ask you a question related to that. When that process is initiated against the will of the owner, is there a moratorium or is that property placed into limbo currently for 6 months?
Well, you mean a demolition delay is
Yeah,
put on
well, yeah, or any, I mean, what happens when that initiation occurs today? Disregarding any proposed changes?
There is a moratorium, but if you adopt these amendments, only the council could invoke that. Only the council could do it.
That's the point
correct.
I'm talking about, because to me, a 6-month moratorium could be damaging to that property.
Sure.
Okay, well, as long as we all recognize that,
We're
I
getting
think that's
there.
all we're trying to do.
I don't think the issue has ever been in this proposal that property owners don't already have adequate protections from actually receiving a historic landmark designation, because as you just said, it's a 7-vote requirement, and I'm just going to tell you that's never going to happen over a property owner's objection.
Well,
so it's basically a veto.
I
think the issue has been the 6-month demolition delay. I sort of still reiterate, I don't understand why we can't just address that issue, why we have to have something that's so much broader than that.
Okay, but just for clarification, and I know we've got an appointment out in the playground, so I don't want to delay this too much. So the historic, the HP committee currently could designate property as...
Not designate, they initiate an application currently.
Okay.
And under this, they would have to have over 50% of the property owners of the property.
Yeah, under the proposed language.
Correct.
I'm saying under the current rule.
Yes, under the current rule, they can do it against the will of a majority.
They can't designate it, they can initiate the designation.
Okay, but that initiation...
It's an application.
But
they
nothing...
initiate
what can be
the
done to that
application.
property by the property owner during that application process currently?
They can live there. They can't get a building permit, and they can't get a demo permit.
That's the issue.
Right.
Just a second. I'd like David Box to come up and tell this body, I would, he represents First Christian, about the 2 different paths that 2 different governing bodies were heading down, and the problems and the cost that was that the First Christian Church had to endure.
I think we should address the question that was on the table first, which was the designation process and what that looks like.
Yeah, I'm Katie Friddle, I'm the program planner for historic preservation. Just very quickly to what the property owner can do once the process is initiated. We've used the term moratorium a lot. What actually happens is that the property is temporarily treated as if it was already designated a landmark, meaning they have to go through review and receive a certificate of appropriateness for either 180 days or until the review process is complete, whichever of the 2 comes first. So they could apply to make changes to the exterior of the property, they could apply to demolish the property, and it would just be reviewed as a landmark.
That's my understanding. That's pretty clear. That, in a sense, for at least 100 days, makes that property as historic preservation designated property, and that's all I'm saying.
And as you're saying, without a council vote and without a 7-vote majority or any of that.
Well, and I hate to bring this up because it's sensitive to some people, but the U.S. Constitution provides for due process that says everybody, both in person and their property, is entitled to due process in terms of having a fair hearing, which we can place them in limbo for 6 months. That can be adversely detrimental to the value of that property. So I think, even though some of us may not recognize what we agreed to when we took that oath, we still have to adhere to those requirements, as well as the requirement for a speedy trial, which I think that's the Sixth Amendment. The fifth is the due process issue. And in some countries, putting somebody in financial limbo for 6 months is okay, but here in the U.S., I don't think it meets the criteria of those two amendments. Eric, any thoughts?
Well, due process means notice and an opportunity to be heard. That's what's required. And so if the property owner receives notice of some action involving his property and he has an opportunity to be heard, that fulfills the due process requirement. Am I right, Kenny?
Well, yes, it's actually would be the allegation would be a regulatory taking of the property.
Exactly.
But they'd have to explore all their options to try to get the permit, like Katie suggested. But that's basically what it is, and or could be alleged to be. And I think David is taking.
Yeah, I'd like to add one thing. Yep. I don't want the council to be frightened by this taking argument that David loves to make whenever he gets a chance. You know, it's not a take. Taking is a very complicated thing. You know, property isn't taken. I mean, what the Constitution says is, nor shall private property be taken for a public purpose without just compensation. That's what the federal. Point. Yeah, but is it being taken for a public purpose? Now, somebody would say, well, if you're going to designate it as a landmark, and that's for the benefit of the public, then yes, maybe you are. But of course, in Oklahoma, the constitutional provision is a little different. It says taken or damaged for a public purpose. So you've got those two counterparts to deal with. But I'm not convinced that mere designation is a taking in and of itself. You have to take the economic viability out of the property to take it.
Yeah, and you have, by placing a moratorium for 6 months. Again,
that could be a temporary taking, yeah.
It still has adverse consequences, is what I would argue, Eric. And I know we're delaying things, and that's not my intent.
Well, because this is a public hearing, I'd like to hear from David from the perspective of First Christian, and I'd like to make a record on that.
Okay.
Just to be clear, this is a pro bono comment.
This is, yes. It absolutely is. Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So, in speaking to Councilman Stonecipher, one of the problems about the way that the ordinance is currently drafted is the fact that we felt like we were fighting this battle on two fronts, but we had, what I thought, come to an agreement with Mr. Stonecipher and the city attorney's office, and on behalf of First Christian, we had actually come to I believe it was a memorandum of understanding in which we were going to self-impose a moratorium so that we could go work out details on what needed to happen on this site. My client was very willing to do that. Because that was resolved, we thought we were kind of done with having to go then fight the HP Commission. We were the first item, and we made that pitch that, look, we've come to terms with the City Council, and what we're hoping to do is self-impose this moratorium. Nothing will happen. It'll allow us to go work through this issue with the City Attorney's Office, and we were told that they didn't care. Their job is to protect history, and so they voted on it anyways. And so now we were faced with the very real, what do we need to do? Because this moratorium was in effect, we had to make the decisions legally as to what to do, whether we fight it. We didn't want to abandon our negotiations with Councilman Stonecipher, which we didn't. We kept working through it, and ultimately I think we resolved it. But it was costly to have to spend a lot of time, because we were to the point where my client, I think, had executed the documents. So we'd spent a lot of time, effort, and money to get to the point where we were executing documents. And then coming to the hearing, and when they took that action, it forced us to go fight it on that front too.
So I guess my concern, and I don't know if you've read the Supreme Court case that came out in June on taking the town of Scott case. I'm concerned as to these specific facts. I'm not talking about all cases. As to these facts, we had two governing bodies taking two different courses, which would not look good in a federal court with one wanting to claim the entire property historical and the other wanting to claim 5.5 acres. That's the problem.
Well, I agree
And
with
so
that.
at the end of the
Wouldn't
day,
look good.
at the end of the day, I wanted one governing body to make the decision, okay, in this limited instance. And that's why I attempted to make it very, very limited, except for paragraph 7, which we fixed. And in this, and only this instance, what I want to do is I want to make sure that the people that vote on this, the city council, are the elected officials. And if the people that voted them in don't like what we did, they can vote us out of office. But you cannot have two governing bodies heading in two different directions and fare well in a federal court.
We agree with that. We agree with that, and we concur with your point of view.
So Councilman Stonecipher, why not have just if the HP initiates a landmark designation over the objection of a property owner, why not have that immediately kicked to the council at their next meeting? Why not take that approach, which seems very narrow to me? And well, how does this more narrow? Because this takes their power to initiate completely away, right?
If you are David Box's client, First Christian, and you do not want a third party telling you to be a landmark, you want to get it resolved as quickly as possible, especially in this instance where we had somebody trying to buy the property. And this was causing delays, it was causing expense. The church was having to fight a battle here. The church was having to fight a battle in front of the HP. They're down to 48 members. I just don't think it's fair to put them through that. And so I thought the simplest thing, David thought the simplest thing was just have the city council in this very, very limited instance decide this and decide it quickly. I also, and talking to Brian at length, he asked that we put in some other language. And that language, which says, upon request, the city council may refer the matter for evaluation by the HPC or the planning commission. So I'm open to other possibilities or other ways of writing this, but I darn sure don't want a property owner that doesn't want the designation being held in limbo and losing sales or a sale.
I understand.
Yeah, what he's trying to avoid is a temporary taking.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Or
I
what
made,
could arguably be a temporary taking.
I made Brian's language a little bit stronger. I said all applications for designation of a parcel as an HP district shall be referred to the HP commission.
Yeah, I saw that change. I think that's good.
I made it stronger than he.
I just think we need, Your Honor, to spend some time looking at something that we just received today. I think we need to have the parties keep talking and come back the 22nd and see where everybody's at with this thing. Yeah.
I think we need, aren't we having a workshop?
Next week.
Is this a public workshop?
Yes.
So I would encourage everyone to attend this public workshop with us as we go through this process. And I want to also make mention, didn't we just go through the conversation of what historic register, the National Historic Register looks like? Item 7 with number 1 through 4. So even with that, the process has been explained about how this takes place. And we continue to have the conversation, and has the historic preservation been included in these conversations? Has SHPO been included in these conversations? Has Catherine Montgomery, another lady who has expertise in historic places and landmarks, been included in this conversation? That's the conversation that needs to be had, a full, whole conversation, including Katie Friddles, including Catherine Montgomery, and including everyone else that has a hand in how historic preservation and landmarks works.
Ask them to come and join us.
That's how you get a complete conversation. And I think after next week, we can probably have more of a complete conversation.
I agree with you.
I would just like to add, as someone who took the oath of office on the U.S. Constitution, due process in the Fourth Amendment is also something I care about quite a bit. But I would mention, I won't be here next Tuesday. I'm going on a transportation conference in New York City. I do not, for the life of me, comprehend why this cannot be part of this much bigger conversation that Preserve OKC is wanting to have. I do not understand the rush. I do not understand the moment when Councilman Shadid proposed this in the first place from the city council for First Christian. I do not understand why that wasn't good enough, Like if this resolution is to put the power back in the hands of the city council, Councilman Shadid, keyword there, councilman, proposed this from the Horseshoe and it went to HP. I really like the mayor's idea, by the way, of if it makes its way to HP and there's some kind of controversy there, the objections of the property rights owner coming right back to council. It seemed like Councilman Stonecipher like that. So I just really don't understand the rush, speaking of process. I also take seriously, you know, I spoke with, sorry, my tone on this issue, forgive me. One moment. Sunny, happy warrior. Okay, so I spoke with someone in my neighborhood in Paseo who was literally one of the first people to move back there about 30 years ago and has memories of ordering pizza and that the pizza delivery people would not deliver to Paseo. And I spoke with this person the same time, about a few hours before I walked out into my neighborhood for First Friday. Cars everywhere, people walking everywhere. But because people like her took a chance on Paseo 20 and 30 years ago, the guy who owns my rental property, we have the Paseo because they worked to craft historic preservation language. We have Paseo. I live in Paseo because of those efforts. Forgive me, and this whole time we've been up here, I've avoided ad hominem attacks. It's really hard for me to talk about this without mentioning my two counterparts who are proposing this language. Do not have HP neighborhoods in your wards. And the angst this resolution has caused in Paseo, in my historic neighborhoods, neighborhoods that were abandoned to crack and heroin and crime and prostitution and decay and brought back by everyday individuals for 30 years. And they are the Renaissance story that we keep getting national attention for. And I will never be okay with this resolution. I will never be okay with it because I do not understand the rush. I do not understand why it does not take into perspective the people who are in that place. You cite Brian Davis, but Brian Davis goes on in that op-ed to say this is a completely rushed situation and that he would like for us to deal with this and preserve OKC. I do not understand why we do not deal with this and preserve OKC. And I'll say this, and I almost don't even want to say anything after this about this topic, for me at least, because I can barely contain my emotions. And as somebody who teaches ethos, pathos, and logos in college, I try to avoid pathos-driven arguments, emotional-driven arguments. But my God, do we really want to be 20, 30 years from now when people are writing Boomtown Part 2, the ones responsible for the dismantling of legal protections for our historic preservation neighborhoods? I'm not being hyperbolic, I'm being super serious right now.
And I'll go one step further with that. As we're looking at different parts of even Ward 7, and my prime example is what just passed with the historic preservation in the Lyons Lester Mansion, the last structure that exists that has ties to the Deep Deuce era, the only. And because it was bulldozed, that area, there's nothing to save and show for it until now. And this was on the links of being bulldozed and or demolished until there was a conversation. And we stepped in and said, we want to make sure we protect a structure such as this, to protect the history such as this, to protect the neighbors such as this, to protect what stood for African Americans such as this in the early 1920s, going up until that whole area was bulldozed and an interstate went through. So these are the conversations, again, 2, 6, and 7 should be having when it comes to initiating any type of historic preservation for any area of Oklahoma City.
Just to clarify, when you say we stepped in, are you talking about the city someone financially stepped in, or who stepped in?
We had a conversation. I say that the Alliance was a part of that conversation as well, and Okura did purchase that land and that property.
Okay, we have some citizens who've also signed up. Bill Carey. Okay.
Excellent choice.
Julie Richardson.
Hi, I'm Julie Richardson. I live at 401 Northwest 39th Street. You just thought Brian Davis was gone today, but he helped me write this. In fact, Brian was out of town, and he said, will you please present this at the council? And so that's why
I'm sad he's not here. I wish he was here.
I do too. I do too. But anyway, I'm, you know, and if I don't present this, I think he would vote me out of the neighborhood, so that's why I'm here. I think it's all been covered. This may not even be pertinent, but bear with me, please. I'm sure glad to be here, and I'm impressed by everything you all do. I'm a member of the Crown Heights board, actually, the Crown Heights Edgemere Heights Neighborhood Association board. Our organization appreciates your willingness to work with us on some concerns we raised before you last month. We were especially pleased to see Councilman Stonecipher's revisions restoring the HP Commission as the responsible agency when it comes to repealing landmark and district designations. Having a well-established system administered by preservation and planning professionals provides stability that's very important to the 1,500 or so people who live in our neighborhood community. Our association would like to remind you of the foundation upon which Oklahoma City's preservation policy is built. To quote from the very beginning of Chapter 59, Section 7250, which sets forth our historic preservation regulations, the city hereby declares that the historical, architectural, cultural, and aesthetic features of the city represent some of the finest and most valuable resources of the city. Such resources are the embodiment of the heritage of the people of OKC. This law mandates that our government safeguard the heritage of the city by preserving and regulating historic landmarks and districts that reflect elements of its cultural, social, political, and architectural history. The ordinance further includes a charge to establish and preserve property values. And very important to the matter before you today is to establish a preservation plan to accomplish the goals of this section. Nowhere in this ordinance is there a clause that says anything like, unless someone doesn't like the idea of a place being designated as a landmark. Our association understands the challenges that arose when the stewards of First Christian Church objected to initiation of the landmark designation process. This is a complicated issue that deserves full study and development of a policy for just such a contingency. But let us also take a step back and acknowledge that what happened at First Christian was basically unprecedented. Let us also acknowledge that there is at this moment no pressing issue requiring the sort of hasty action that the amendment represents. Crossings Church, as we know, has withdrawn its offer for that piece of the First Christian campus. We've heard nothing of any other bid for the property. With all due respect, then, the council is addressing a problem that may no longer exist. We see no reason this could not be considered as part of the Preserve OKC plan, which is only a few months away from completion, in Brian's words. I would like to focus for a moment on the major issue for our community as regards any potential redevelopment of First Christian Church. The property is very close to four neighborhoods: Central Park, Crown Heights, Edgemere Heights, and Edgemere Park. Paseo and Douglas Edgemere are but a stone's throw away. First Christian may not technically be part of any of these neighborhoods, but it's a very important part of the landscape of every one of them. As the property covers more than 30 acres, there will be a major impact on our association's residents should First Christian Church be sold and redeveloped. We've heard much over the past weeks about property rights. Councilman Greenwell has spoken at length about an owner's rights to enjoy his or her land. What concerns us is the lack of any acknowledgement that a property owner might have some responsibility to the surrounding community. We're a nation of laws, many of which were enacted to maintain harmonious coexistence. It's why we are required to keep our lots free of noxious weeds, and we're not allowed to do 50 miles an hour down our residential streets. In historic preservation districts such as Crown Heights, we actually agree to abide by regulations more restrictive than you find in most neighborhoods, because we recognize our responsibility to one another in maintaining the character of a place where we have chosen to live. Mr. Greenwell also quite correctly raises the critical question of who would pay if we decide as a community that places like First Christian should be preserved over the objections of their owners. And however, this demands deliberate and comprehensive study and inclusion in a cohesive preservation plan. We're talking about shaping policy that will have a tremendous effect on the life of our city and its people for decades to come. Let's take our time, hear everybody out, and get it right. And thanks again to you all for all that you do for Oklahoma City.
Thank you. Kayla Lewis.
Kayla Lewis, 200 Northwest 22nd Street. I have been taking notes throughout this whole process, and I've also had several kind of iterations of what I might say, but the discussion today I feel like has been very powerful, and I just have to agree with Councilman Cooper and Nice about your comments earlier today, and then also with Brian Davis, his comments have already been shared. The first thing I might say is that it's interesting that the HB Commission is being considered a third party when it's also a city body, stocked of professionals that are in the historic preservation field. So when we're talking about who's making these decisions, as a citizen, it makes me feel comfortable that someone who is a professional in this field is the one making these suggestions and suggestions. Secondly, on that, something that we had talked about before was this allows us to be proactive about our historic structures. We've seen several demolitions just in the past year. First Christian Church has been on the chopping block for a while, and we hope that is never a case, but this historic landmark status adds actual protection versus the honorary being listed on the National Register, which is fantastic that we did have 4 properties earlier today, but it being listed, or it having historic landmark status through the city gives it actual protection. And kind of the final point would be that it takes away a key point of discussion through the HP Commission and the public process that we've been talking about this whole time. I hope that we could retain that. I would also agree with what Mayor Holt was saying, was that once it's there, the City Council still has the ability to go back through those decisions that are being made. I think that's all I'll say for now.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the citizens who signed up to speak. Is there any other comment on this public hearing? Oh, he does want to use his time.
Good afternoon. I am Bill Carey, President of Historic Preservation, Inc., which is the governing body of Heritage Hills. And we started all this way back when, but please let me digress a minute. This past weekend, it was a great neighborhood happening. We had our 53rd house tour. We celebrated 50 years of this preservation ordinance. And we also celebrated 100 years of Wilson Elementary School. It's fantastic. If you haven't been there, go see it. I'd like you to share in that celebration with us by accepting a short reprint of an article that John Michael Williams wrote for the program, the tour program. And I'm going to pass it out in a minute. But he takes us back to the original impetus of what started historic preservation in this town. And it was the destruction of the Concord Mansion on 13th, the 400 block of 13th Street. That's what his article deals with and tells us about the history of preservation and what makes it really worthwhile. So if you would, take a minute and read it, 2 or 3 pages is all, and get us back to the perspective of historic preservation. And thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right, well, that concludes our public hearing, and as has been previously stated, there will be a potential consideration of this ordinance proposal at the October 22nd meeting. Item 11B under items from council is a resolution approving travel and reimbursement expenses for Councilman Cooper and Councilwomen Hamon and Nice to attend the Greater Oklahoma City Chamber 2019 intercity visit to Houston. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Councilman Cooper, yeah, passes unanimously. Item 12, city manager reports.
Yes. Sorry. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and skip.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't go around the horseshoe.
You didn't.
That's why I caught you off guard. Councilman Cooper. Felt like you'd all said enough, but yeah. Not my choice.
I'd like to congratulate Paseo on a very successful first Friday this last week. Thank goodness for car sharing, because it was almost impossible to navigate those streets, so we had to call a Lyft to leave, my friend Dennis and I. And I got to stand on the roof for the first time of Freedom and look out over the Paseo. And I'm thrilled, and I just want to share with the public that we had our first meeting on Thursday. The Paseo stakeholders around Walker as well, and stakeholders along Uptown 23rd, to start talking about what placemaking and street enhancement projects are going to look like for all 3 of those areas. And specifically, I mean on 23rd Street from Broadway, where that McDonald's and Byron's Liquor is just before you get to the overpass, to Western. And if you like what's happened already at Uptown, get ready, because you're going to see some real grassroots people from the ground up having a say in what the future of what I'm starting to believe is the gateway into Ward 2, 23rd Street. Walker Avenue will be between 23rd and 36th Street, and we're going to make that a more pedestrian and bike-friendly passageway to connect you into the Paseo, and then the Paseo itself will see a revitalization project. And thanks to voters who set that in motion with Better Streets. So I'm really excited about that, and being able to stand on the roof of Frida and look over Walker and Paseo kind of gave me perspective on that. I also want to congratulate Sisu Youth. I took that lift from Paseo that night to their annual fundraiser, Viva La Sisu. And they raise money for LGBT youth in our community who are disproportionately at the highest ends of our homelessness numbers that we have in our city. And I thought during LGBT History Month it was worth noting that. I saw Councilperson Nice there. Thank you for joining us as well that evening, and thank you for all who contributed to that. If you want to know more about how to contribute to Sissy Youth and those who are struggling with homelessness, and feel free to Google them online. Other than that, I just want to say kind of like a retrospective thank you to historic preservation districts that call Ward 2 home: Crown Heights, Edgemere Heights, Jefferson Park, Paseo, Putnam Heights, and Shepherd. And I said it before, and I will continue to say it. I love you, and you're the backbone of our city.
Real quickly, if council had turned down that application for rezoning, the applicant would have had the right to go to district court. I've checked this out with Kenny. At district court, there would be no legal reasons for the district court to deny straight R1 zoning, so the applicant would have lost, and the neighbors would have lost the benefit of those special stipulations. So that's the whole rest of the story. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Saturday, I had the opportunity to attend the Fiestas Las Americanas parade. I always get those words switched a little bit. They're in historic Capitol Hill, and fantastic parade. Got to hang out with a lot of good friends there, and it was emceed by our own Ward 7 Councilwoman, Nikki Nice, who did a fantastic job emceeing that thing as the parade went on. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Greenwell?
No, thank you.
Councilwoman Hamon?
Yeah, I have two things. I was recovering over the weekend from my full-time job event that happens all the first week of October. So I didn't get to attend nearly as many things over the weekend as I wanted to, but I was invited to go on the Asian Culture and Culinary Tour by one of my constituents, Mike, who is on the board for the Asian District Cultural Association. And it was one of those things where I felt like I kind of knew the history of that district, but kind of got a little more insight into just some of the specific stories of families who came over from Vietnam after the conflict. And was just really kind of encouraged to see kind of the youth that is kind of taking the next level of kind of stepping up and carrying those stories forward. And specifically, we got to go stand in Military Park and talk about kind of the history of the district. And I just want to thank our parks and all of the folks and city staff who do all the permitting for events. The leadership that was there from the association was just over the moon about how helpful those staff have been. So I just want to give them a shout out, I guess. I'd also like to just highlight an event that I'll be speaking at on October 19th. There's a period rally at the Capitol, and for anyone curious about why a city councilor would go to a rally about menstruation, if you don't know, people who menstruate in the world, particularly if they're low income or experiencing homelessness, have very difficult access to the products that help get access to jobs, education, and just kind of participation in life. And I think generally we think about that as a problem that's in other countries, maybe underdeveloped countries, but it's an issue that a lot of our residents in Oklahoma City experience, particularly because the products that people who menstruate will buy are subject to sales tax. So it's one of those things that it helps drive our city budget, but is a daily, monthly necessity for a lot of people in our city. So that will be from 1 to 3 at the state capitol on the 19th. And I just invite anyone to come out and learn more about how we can help support people who, especially those with lower incomes, where those items tend to be a very heavy burden on their household budget. So that's all I got.
First, I'd like to say I'll be supporting my sister in that on the 19th at the period rally, so I hope you all will join us as well. I also want to commend Mayor and our city for recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And the reason I say I'm thankful for that is one, Saturday there was an event that was held by the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Beta Sigma Omega chapter along with the Links Incorporated Oklahoma City, and they had a forum to bring awareness about breast cancer awareness. And I think one of the things that we kind of get lost in translation is the fact that we think it only affects women when it comes to breast cancer. But I give you a famous name by the name of Shaft, Richard Roundtree. He was diagnosed with breast cancer, and he is a breast cancer survivor. So that puts a man into perspective of what that looks like. So I think we all need to just kind of understand those outcomes. And as we were hearing the recognition for this month, over 2,000 women in Oklahoma just this year will be diagnosed with breast cancer. And unfortunately, over 500 will lose their battle in Oklahoma. So these are things that we definitely need to make sure we are recognizing and continuously having the conversation about when it comes to breast cancer awareness and those free mammograms for the My Sister, Myself event that's going to happen at Mary Mahoney. And as we have been talking about the moratorium as far as the small box discount stores and the Healthy Neighborhood Overlay District, one of the main reasons that I have asked our city council to consider this is because of the health outcomes. And breast cancer is 2 times higher in just the 73111 zip code. So we hear 1 in 8 women is diagnosed with breast cancer. That's double in one zip code. So that puts it into perspective of what we're looking at when it comes to how breast cancer affects certain communities
and especially certain zip codes. So again, I'm proud that we are recognizing and understanding the importance of mammograms, and I say loving your tatas, if that's a way to put it. Also, October 15th, we're going to have our second round of Black elected officials conversation, and that's going to be at Metro Tech. So we hope that you all would join us for that. As we had the conversation, we received the articles about 100 years of celebration for historic preservation. I want to congratulate the East 6th Street Christian Church. They just celebrated their 100 year, and I know St. John Baptist Church is celebrating their 100 year all year, but East 6th Street is located right on the outskirts of the Deep Deuce area, in the Walnut area, and that is a historic significance and reference for that church. And I understand and attended the Quail United Methodist Church last week, where they opened their thrift store. They now have a thrift store and a food pantry, but they celebrated 129 years as far as their church celebration. So those things are what makes Oklahoma City great, that we have places that have these types of celebrations. And even the pastor who spoke about Trinity Presbyterian Church that's located in Ward 7 on Northeast 23rd Street, the historic significance and reference to the history that these places and locations entail for our city. A couple other things, the Fiestas de la Americas was exciting. It was explosive, and I also want to thank my co-host that helped me as far as emceeing, who translated everything in Spanish, Jessica Cano, and she was excellent, and this was my first time to be on this side of this type of celebration. Last year I was in the parade itself, but to see it in its entirety and its beauty and its fullness speaks to the greatness of Capitol Hill and the resilience of our Americas that we celebrate just in that area. And Saturday, we also had Zoo for You, Northeast Oklahoma City. So we have 5 zip codes that normally wouldn't get the opportunity to be participants at our Oklahoma City Zoo. So we had a fair, we had Embark, we had our IMSA, we had firefighter services out there, and it was just a health fair in general. And after folks got a chance to go around and enjoy themselves and get little stamps on their card, they had free admission to the zoo. And that means so much when you have residents who are able to see it, but they can't touch it in some aspects, where their whole family are unable to provide the money to be able to enjoy this type of amenity. But Saturday, there was nothing to hold them back to enjoy what the Oklahoma City Zoo has to offer. So we appreciate the Oklahoma City Zoo, as well as our partners with the Healthcare Task Force and Lynn Institute, for being able to provide that opportunity for our residents. And I also want to thank our Chief of Police, Gorley, and Major Nelson and Sergeant Huff. Last night I attended a neighborhood association meeting for Wildwood, Cache, and Park Estates, and they were there. They were there to address the concerns of the neighbors, and it means a lot, again, when you have your city staff who's also there just to be there for the community in small groups like this, just to have a conversation and address their concerns. That's how we are able to be a 1 OKC. That's how we are able to be a Ward 7 OKC, and that these are ways of us moving forward together. So I appreciate all of those opportunities. But before I finish, there's been a conversation on social media with I would say, not I guess, but he is obviously a concerned citizen about some of our impact fees. And I know we've had this presentation once before, but I think it's important for us to maybe possibly have it again for some of our residents to understand why, unfortunately, we do have these impact fees. And I want to reiterate that this happened before I got to City Council. This happened before most of us probably received our seats and were elected to City Council and our mayor. But unfortunately, there are things that should be addressed as far as why we have some of these impact fees, and why it's important that we have to pour back in some of those communities that we are unable to provide immediate
needs and street repairs and those types of things that we know need to be fulfilled in certain parts of our city. So I would like to see how we could have that conversation maybe again if we have that maybe just on our Channel 20 site, or what that looks like as far as a conversation for our residents to understand what impact fees look like, how they are returned back to the community in which you pay those impact fees for, and the reciprocity as far as why you are paying the amount in which that is. Thank you.
Councilman? Okay. Now, city manager reports.
All right, so we have Christina Chikarovsky is here from the Utilities Department. Give us a presentation of some of the improvements that have been made out at Draper Lake.
Well, first of all, thank you. May I be the first to say good afternoon. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I presented this presentation back at Aquit, I guess in August now, and was asked to present. Thank you, Councilman Stone, here in this body. So I hope you enjoy seeing some of the updates. First, I would like to see a show of hands. How many of you have been out to Lake Stanley Draper lately? Half of you, that's awesome. Come on, we're getting in the bus, we're going down. I know you guys are busy. So this very first photo I really think is a really great indicator of why we did this project in the very first place. This image is off of Google Earth. This is from January, February of this year. And you can see even in this photo, all of the red dirt and how that's going to impede and impress upon our water quality. So here it is in August. We sent a drone out. Yeah, wow is right. We sent a drone out, and you can see that the updates that we have made, which I'm going to go into detail, have really changed the complete aesthetic of the Lake Stanley Draper headquarters area, and even in this photo, improved the look and feel of the lake water itself. So a little bit of background on this project. This photo was taken after the rains last summer. We responded to some erosion issues that were around the Stanley Lake Draper Marina. And we found that most of these erosion issues were caused by a lack of vegetation, compacted and exposed soils, as well as steep slopes. So as you may imagine, any runoff that comes down off that exposed earth increases the sediment runoff into our lake, which would lead to long-term water quality and treatment issues. And a 2015 OWRB report on lake quality deemed Lake Stanley Draper impaired formally. So it is one of our imperatives to fix that and increase that quality. So the process that we took under, with the help of some professionals, I did none of this physical labor. We amended the soil by applying compost. We reestablished vegetation to reduce the runoff. We installed native grasses and adapted drought-tolerant plants, trees, and grasses, as well as mulching under established trees and beds. So all of this was strategically placed along the edge of the parking lot to act as filter strips to catch any of that sediment from that exposed earth as it may come down during rains. So this is my favorite spot. This beautiful tree was preserved. We put down this crushed granite and mulch under the tree. We've put in some accessible picnic benches, and it really gives this beautiful, clear photo of Lake Stanley Draper. So the results of that project, as you can see, this is August 23rd, 2019. We improved the roads, sidewalks, and parking lots surrounding the Draper Marina headquarters. We improved the access to the lake, meaning that we intentionally created walkways, so no more bare dirt that's caused by people trumping around and causing that dirt to go into the lake. We improved the marina headquarters accessibility, which I'll show you in photos in a second. This improves the clarity of the water and the health of the water supply, which in turn makes our fish and our turtles happy, which also makes our fishermen and women happy. And then that in turn improves our recreation areas. Whoop, whoop. There we go. So this first set of photos is the exterior of the Draper Marina headquarters. The very top photos are the before photos, while the bottom photos are the after. And you can see where we've gone in, we've added a railing along with a nice gradual slope of a ramp up into the building. We've increased kind of the visibility of the sign well, we put a sign, I guess I should say. We put a sign, and also kind of put some flower beds with mulching and more drought-tolerant plants along the edge of that building to catch any of that runoff. We also installed gutters on the outside of the building just to slow all that runoff a little bit more. This is the interior of the Draper Marina. Unfortunately, I didn't get a before photo, but you can see at the top, this was during the construction process. They were able to open wide all of that interior design. So if you're standing in that middle bottom photo is actually behind the fireplace looking out into the whole headquarters itself. And then that photo next to it, you can see that view looks out onto that big great tree with all those picnic benches right into the fishing wharf right there, and it's actually quite a beautiful, stunning scene to be able to sit there. These are some more overhead photos of the Draper Marina headquarters area. These are all after photos. As you can see, we took those with the drone on August 22nd. We improved the pavement. We mulched. You can see that the construction crews are still out there finishing that circle drive. But really, as I told Aqua when I made this presentation, we were very intentional on how we put in the sidewalks to create a more kind of natural walking movement, to kind of meander through that area. There's intentionally placed picnic benches, and it ties directly into the new trailhead projects that we're working on out there. And you can see the clarity of the water. I know a lot of difference 8 months makes in terms of weather and rain, but it really has made it look quite majestic. I don't know if anyone's ever publicly called Lake Stanley Draper majestic, but here today I am.
Todd does all the time.
I know how you feel about it. Go. Just a few more slides left of before after photos. You can see here we've got the before photos are on the bottom of these slides. These were again taken last spring, late spring, early June. After a lot of rain, that beautiful porta potty and just hanging out there. A sidewalk that went to nowhere. Really, it was completely inaccessible to most of our visitors out at the lake. And this is also looking at basically the same vantage point, but down into where that dry dock is, or it's a wet dock, and just you can see all of the dirt and the exposed soil due to lack of vegetation. So the photos on top show those strategically placed rocks and grasses to kind of catch that sediment as it comes down. But that buffalo grass that we planted is going to be a thick, hardy, native grass that hopefully should fare pretty well. It's pretty low maintenance, and it really gives it a bit of an aesthetic zing. So these last photos, we're looking at the fishing berm. It's a very popular fishing spot. We intentionally put a geomat on this berm because there is so much pedestrian traffic for folks that go and fish in this area. So that will reduce compaction over time and allow that grass to continue to grow. And then just another closer photo of those grasses that were put in to catch as sediment filters. The bottom photos are before photos. At this time, I'll answer any questions. I just want to say final remarks that the unintended benefit of this project is just how beautiful Lake Stanley Draper is. The weekend that I went out to catch a bunch of photos, there were people hiking with their families, with their dogs, and a thing that I hadn't really seen this area of the lake being activated like that. And I think that the cliche is true, if you build it, they will come, much like pedestrian or bike infrastructure. When you activate it, people know that it's there, it's safe, it's clean, it's fun, and we've made it that way for them. And we've benefited our water supply. So without that runoff, without that increased sediment into our water, we've really been able to maintain a clean water supply and hopefully get off that naughty list.
Any questions?
Comment, possibly. Okay. Christina, thank you for the presentation. Fantastic. And thanks to everyone that's been involved in this project. I go out there just every chance I get, just trying to drive through there and see what the usage looks like and things like that. It's incredible to me, the turnaround that I've seen out there.
It's amazing.
And the bike walk trail that completely encircles Draper, that isn't open yet, but people are jumping on using it anyway. Yeah. That thing's just going to explode out there. So I feel like by doing some of these projects, I know they were done for water turbidity, but we've really kind of gotten ahead a little bit before the curve that's going to come with the opening of that trail. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Much.
That's all I have.
Okay. We have two citizens who signed up to be heard. Jim Scher.
My name's Jim Scheel. I reside at 3941 West Park Place. I'm here in representative of property 919 North Virginia. I want to thank everybody today, Mayor, council members. A lot of what's happened here, anybody would have probably said today would have been the wrong day to come do this, as long as it's drug out, but I've actually learned a lot today. Councilman Cooper, things you said about Paseo, definitely about what I'm doing. Ms. Hamon, I owe you an apology from the last time we came across each other. What I'm here today is to talk about a homeless issue in our area where I have a business at. It's in the Metro Park area, Ward 6, 10 Pin area as it's known. Most recently adorned by some of the police officers as the Hobo Hammer area. I've gone through different channels to try to take over some representation in this area that other businesses have given up on. We are in what we call what they deem as a trifecta. We have the Salvation Army to the west of our property. They have the rehab center at 7th and the day shelter at 4th. We have a lot of individuals. They normally refer to them as homeless, but there's definitions to that. Homeless being lack of primary adequate nighttime residence. Indigent is needy or poor. They don't have the necessary resources, and vagrants are just the unsettled or wandering with residents. It's more the vagrants that I'm concerning myself with. I've already talked to the police department from majors down. I've talked to Embark, who have bus drivers that won't even stop at bus stops in this area because of the people that are hanging out in these areas. I've gone round and round. We work with the homeless shelter at 4th. We actually have an event. Well, back up a little bit. What I have is a bar venue. We're not at the level of the new Scissortail Park, Criterion, and everybody else, but we have been deemed one of the most predominant. Did I get cut off? Okay. We're doing the most predominant local support of music. So local bands, we provide more support for them than probably anybody else in the area. And Mayor Holt, if you would have dropped one of my mics at my event, I would have probably drug you outside. But what we do is we have a Class 2 venue because we believe music is entitled to everybody. And the next generation of children, we want to see them be out there and be able to enjoy this too. Unfortunately, a lot of the places that have music are standard bars, and these kids don't get to go to these places, or the big venues, which are just overwhelming for them. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to provide a safe space for them to come out. I've reached out over the past year and a half to several different agencies for assistance, and we just get a constant resistance and lack of support. Most recently, conversations after the event at the public hearing, town hall, I sat down with 2 of the lieutenants at the police department, and we came to a resolution of how they can assist us, and they have been doing that job, but their hands are still tied. So I've kind of redirected what we're trying to accomplish over here with the vagrancy as to the people that are actually promoting it, primarily the shelters and the churches that are enabling these people. I understand these people need help. We're all one paycheck away from being homeless It's that simple. But these people that are out there, they're doing nothing but creating more harm to developmental areas. The area we're in
Jim, you're at 4 minutes. It's a 3-minute limit. Can you wrap it up?
We're in the same area that Paseo was many years ago. I know that there's been issues that says development in this area is being impeded by these people. Most recently, a certain church is having events without permits. They are using amplified sound generators, impeding traffic, everything else. When I've talked to the police who have told this church who I am, and have told them exactly who made the complaint against them, they are not required to have permits, basically, because they know they should. They're on public easement. They're claiming their First Amendment right to be able to be there to do it. Well, I'm sure I don't need to repeat the First Amendment right to everybody at this council, but this also
Jim, you're 5
has to do
minutes.
with
I'm
that.
going to have to end you there.
Okay.
Sorry.
What I'm asking for is assistance in making these people just as liable as I am. I have to pay $25 for every event. I'm only allowed 3 amplified sound events every year, but these people are doing it every Sunday without permit, without paying, and they know it. And I don't see the difference. I have a big event coming up November 3rd that I'm going to pay, but I don't see why I can only do this three times a year. But they're doing it every Sunday for 8 years with public assistance. The fire department goes down there and fills up their pool for their baptisms. So that's what I'm asking for.
Jim, we're going to have to end it there. Thank you so much. Nancy Anthony?
Anthony, 3605 North McKinley, representing the Oklahoma City Community Foundation. This is the show and tell part of the council meeting. We want you to go across the street to the musical swings. It's the Community Foundation's 50th anniversary. We have provided that for the last almost 3 weeks. We think we've had probably 50,000 people of all shapes, forms, sizes, colors, ages over there enjoying the swings. It's been a wonderful opportunity. The mayor said when we got our permit, it would be wonderful if the council could all swing together. So let me explain that each swing has a tone and it goes higher the higher you go. But if 2 swings go together and they call sync or coordinate, you get a whole set of chords. And if all 10 of them, it's just like the Philharmonic warming up. So we would like to, whenever you're close to the end, which I think we're at the end, we would like to invite you to go over there. It's probably about a 6-minute activity, but I think you'll really enjoy it. And we really appreciate the opportunity to do that. We appreciate the Parks Department's help, the arts group's help, Lingo Construction, and several other people. So anyway, it's been a wonderful thing for Oklahoma City. It's certainly activated that space, and we want to invite you to come over whenever you adjourn here.
Thank you. And real quick, how long are the swings still here?
They'll be here, they started on the 20th of September, they'll be here till this coming Sunday, so almost 3.5 weeks.
Okay.
Nancy, I just wanted to say that I love those swings over there. It is a beautiful thing. People are outside, the music in the air. Just congratulations.
Thank you very much. And I'm serious about it. We can stop the traffic.
We're going to do our best. Last citizen, Michael Washington.
Oh, thank you, Liberty. Everyone, y'all have to pardon my tardiness. I was out of town and just got back in. Miss JoBeth, have that Hamon? I told you my new head Shadid up here. Bottom line. Let me say now, first of all, I don't plan to take up too much anybody's time because I'm a little exhausted myself. However, let me say briefly, I'm trying to find out what status my Freedom Center's in. Once again, like Ed Shadid, I will be filing a civil rights lawsuit in support of him if I can't get a definition and understanding as if I would have to sell my Freedom Center. We like to say, Leonard Ben, they're finished. Just a matter of time. But I've written to you, Mayor. I don't believe this. I've written to my city councilwoman. I would have thought that I would be worth something, at least a half of a nickel anyway. I mean, we may can find another portion to connect it to. I would have thought that my status as a civil servant who pays taxes like everyone else, who follows the laws like everyone else, who also have people in city councils, you understand me, that's actually supposed to be for our benefits. After all, you're elected by the citizens. Now, we're elected to be excluded? Are there certain people, individuals of us, that can be given a communication to when they respectfully and humbly, and I'm sure you got the communication to show everyone, asking for a request and understanding about statuses regarding a situation that directly affects him? Miss City Councilwoman Nice, twice I've submitted you communications, one personally to you, and an attachment to a request step that I sent our illustrious mayor here. Now, I believe that once again, that we have an opportunity as citizens to put people in seats of authority, city, federal, state governments, and we would also like to believe that you want to be transparent. Now, the only reason I believe that I'm not given some kind of acknowledgement is because some kind of unhanded, not necessarily you people doing anything, but maybe there's something that the sidewinders like Lennon Benton and Lee Cooper and them people like that there, maybe something that they're not doing right. But I need some information from y'all. Why? Because y'all have the information in your pockets. Okay? And they're simply pawns in the game. The game is swell when it's played well, but we have to realize one thing: I'm one of the players in that game. And I don't like being excluded, sir. I also like being respected, as I respect everyone. Not any communication I wrote to anyone up here, disrespect or demanding. I said, sir, ma'am, can y'all tell me the status of my Freedom Center? What does Linda Benton want to do? Are they trying to sell it from under me? I mean, that's a simple question. They want $16 million to be passed, right? And then I'm told by the lady who was sitting here before Mr. Jordan here that we have to sell it. I've seen nothing in writing, though. I would like to have something in writing telling Michael Washington we're going to sell your Freedom Center in order to give you $16 million.
All right, we're at 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Washington.
Thank you. That's all I want. Thank you.
Citizens to be heard.
And if you check your email, you'd see that response.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see it. Must be in spam. Thank you.
That concludes our business today, and we are adjourned.